Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Fantasy. Sign in from the womb, born as a major antagonist. Chapter 26. The night was deep, and the moonlight was bright. In the southern part of Kyoto, there was an extremely luxurious mansion. Young master, the person has arrived. The guardian of the Crimson Cloth Church spoke softly. As soon as the voice fell, a figure wearing a black cloak landed in the courtyard. Chinmian Shira, Mr. Bai. Shen Nanfang furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice. It's me. Bai's voice was cold. He slightly raised his head, and the moonlight fell on his pale, lifeless face, making it particularly eerie. His eyes were dull, without any emotional fluctuations, only endless silence. Your target tonight is Ji Shu, the young master of the Ji family. No problem, right? Shen Nanfang asked in a low voice. No problem, Bai replied concisely. He was just a young master from a military aristocratic family, which posed no difficulty for him. As for the consequences after killing someone, he wasn't afraid at all because the world's #1 assassin organization, the Human World, stood behind him. Good, very good. Now that everything is ready, let's set off. Shen Nanfang took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the direction of the Ji mansion in Kyoto. Young master, the bishop has not arrived yet. Should we wait for him? The guardian of the Crimson Cloth Church reminded softly. No need. The bishop will meet us directly at the Ji mansion. I have already made the arrangements. Shen Nanfang smiled faintly. He had made complete preparations today, after all. That's great. The guardian of the Crimson Cloth Church breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If their bishop from the Crimson Cloth Church couldn't come, they would be doomed if they forcefully broke into the Ji mansion. Let's go. Set off. Shen Nanfang waved his hand. More than a dozen figures dressed in red robes landed behind him. And at this moment, a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice resounded. No need to bother. Tonight, you won't be able to go anywhere. As soon as the voice fell, the doors of the mansion opened. The cold wind blew in, causing everyone present to shiver. They looked up and saw an old man in black standing at the entrance of the mansion. He was not tall and had an ordinary appearance. He belonged to the kind of person who wouldn't attract any attention in a crowd. But from the moment he appeared, the temperature in the air dropped by more than 10 degrees. Who are you? The old guard next to Ji Shu. Shen Nanfang recognized the identity of Old Wei. It's me, Old Wei replied coldly. Perfect timing. I'll start with you today. Mr. Bai, this old man is yours. After it's done, I'll give you an additional 30 million. As a monarch-grade powerhouse, killing is not something new to you. Shen Nanfang confidently spoke. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Chinmian Shira Bai beside him, but his expression froze. Mr. Bai, what is this? Shen Nanfang's mouth hung open, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He saw that the killer ranked 10th on the assassin list, known as Chinmian Shira Bai, was trembling all over, shaking like a cork. His eyes, which had no emotions like dead fish, were also shaking violently. Looking at the old man in front of the door, he seemed to see a devil. Even the previously steady breathing became extremely chaotic. Like a child caught by their parents while doing something bad. How could it be you? Bai's throat rolled, and he spoke in a dazed voice. Long time no see. Xiao Bai. Old Wei greeted Bai expressionlessly. Xiao Bai. Shen Nanfang was dumbfounded. The guardians behind him were also shocked. What kind of person could call Chinmian Shira Xiao Bai? Long time no see. Bai trembled in response. He looked at Old Wei's calm eyes and involuntarily took a step back. A feeling of fear spread from his heart to his limbs. Terrifying memories flooded his mind once again. For a moment, there was only one thought in his head. Escape. The farther, the better. Aren't you thinking of running away? Disregarding the reputation of the assassin world. And the dignity of a killer. How did I teach you back then? Old Wei put his hands behind his back and spoke with interest. As the former chief instructor of the assassin world, he could see Bai's thoughts at a glance. After saying these words, Bai's sweat dripped down his forehead. And Shen Nanfang suddenly woke up. The black-clothed old man next to Ji Shu was not an ordinary monarch-rank powerhouse. He was the super big shot of the assassin world, the former chief instructor of the human world. It was he who created a group of fearless killing machines in the world. Instructor, you're joking. As your student, Bai wouldn't dare to overstep. Since you're here, Bai will turn around and leave. Tonight, please pretend you haven't seen your student. Bai trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Old Wei shook his head with a look of regret and spoke to himself. What a pity, in these years in the mortal world, you still couldn't become a true assassin. If it were your senior brothers and sisters, encountering me, they wouldn't talk about respecting their teachers. Because they understand that killing me is the best way to show respect for their teacher. After saying that, he turned around and closed the mansion's gate. Clang! When the gate closed, everyone's hearts trembled. Under the moonlight, Old Wei walked step by step towards Shen Nanfang and his group. Kill! Shen Nanfang roared. Rather than waiting to be killed, it's better to take the initiative. The dozen or so powerful members of the Crimson Cloth Church behind him all flew up and attacked Old Wei. But in the next second, Poochie, 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 Poochie. The sound of blood splattering filled the air. Several members of the Crimson Cloth Church had bloodlines on their necks. Dozens of heads flew up, and blood sprayed several jong high from their necks. In the moonlight, no one saw how Old Wei made his move. Instructor, don't underestimate others too much. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and angrily shouted. After saying that, he pretended to attack but actually turned around and fled. In front of his former instructor, he had no desire to fight. Because he knew just how terrifying the person in front of him was. Clang! A thick shadow enveloped him. Poochie! An old and withered hand suddenly pierced through his chest without warning. Poochie! Bai Yi suddenly vomited blood, and the light of life in his eyes dimmed. When Old Wei pulled his hand out, it brought out a spray of blood. His body suddenly turned cold and then fell from the sky. A monarch rank assassin. The 10th ranked killer on the assassin list. A single move led to his downfall. Don't come any closer. I am the young master of the Crimson Cloth Church. If you kill me, the Crimson Cloth Church will make you pay with your blood. Shen Nanfang looked at Old Wei in fear, and his legs gave way as he sat on the ground. Ah, people like you. I've heard this tens of thousands of times in my life. Old Wei shook his head and reached out, placing a hand on Shen Nanfang's head. Crack! The sound of his neck breaking echoed. Old Wei actually twisted Shen Nanfang's head off. After completing all of this, Old Wei didn't even look at the corpses on the ground and casually threw the head on the ground. He lifted his foot and left the Crimson Cloth Church's mansion. And the most terrifying thing is, from the moment he entered to the moment he left, it took less than a minute. Although blood flowed like a river, not a drop of blood stained his clothes. Your Highness, you should be satisfied now. Old Wei looked in the direction of Ji Mansion and smiled faintly. At the same time, outside the capital, an old man dressed in fiery red clothes looked at the white-robed woman in front of him in shock. Divine Ice Palace, Palace Master Mu Chu. Shen Wuhui's voice trembled, and he looked at Mu Chu with fear in his eyes. Do you know who Ji Shu is? Mu Chu asked expressionlessly. Ji family, the young master. Shen Wuhui stammered in response. What else? Mu Chu raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Shen Wuhui shook his head. Of course, he knew the relationship between Ji Shu and Mu Chu. But now he absolutely couldn't admit it. Do you want to kill him? Mu Chu asked again. I'll leave now, Shen Wuhui hurriedly responded. I'll see you off. Mu Chu's tone was very calm. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Wuhui's face changed drastically. He knew that Mu Chu had murderous intent. Without saying a word, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Clang! A mysterious and strange teleportation array appeared beneath his feet. And in the next second, boom, a terrifying aura, like a dormant dragon, awakened from Mu Chu's body. At this moment, all the cultivators in the capital trembled under this aura. This was the aura of a saint rank, surpassing all living beings. Clang! The temperature of the world suddenly dropped. Strands of frost instantly froze the teleportation array. Palace Master Mu Chu, spare my life. I promise I will never set foot in Northern Sha's capital again in this lifetime. Shen Wuhui begged loudly. In front of a saint rank expert, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. But it's not his fault, because there is a saying on the profound heaven continent, below the saint rank, all are ants. Since they are ants, how can they defy fate? It's too late. Mu Chu shook her head and pointed her finger. Clang. A dazzling sword light swept through the void, its brilliance extremely radiant, splashing 1,000 jong high. The entire night in the capital became as bright as day under this sword light, as if it were frost descending. Shen Wuhui's body turned into ice fragments in an instant under this sword light. Tonight, a rain fell between heaven and earth. A heavy rain, signaling the fall of a peak monarch rank powerhouse. The entire capital fell silent in this drizzling rain. Mu Chu turned her head and looked in the direction of Ji Mansion, muttering to herself. Like this, it should buy Binger and that kid a lot of time. Hopefully, they won't disappoint me in the future. Kyoto. The rain is still falling. All the important figures in Kyoto are trembling in this rain. In the Imperial Palace's royal garden, Emperor Long Tian's trembling gaze looks towards the distant horizon. After a while, he opens his mouth in horror. It's her. She actually came to Kyoto. Indeed, the minister of the West Factory, Yu Huatian, trembles as he speaks. Besides the one from the Divine Ice Palace, who else would dare to lay a hand on the Archbishop of the Crimson Cloth Church? Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is my negligence for not noticing Mu Chu's arrival in Kyoto. Enough. Long Tian waves his hand and says with great caution. She is a saint-level powerhouse. Not to mention Kyoto. Even in my palace, what can you do if she wants to come? Upon hearing these words, Yu Huatian finally breathes a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian doesn't blame him, it's fine. To be honest, Yu Huatian can't afford to provoke a saint-level powerhouse like Mu Chu. What about Shen Nanfang? Didn't he spend 100 million to hire an assassin? What's the situation? Long Tian continues to ask. Yu Huatian's face changes, and he responds in a low voice with great caution. They're dead. They're all dead. They didn't even step out of the mansion before they were all killed. Even Shen Nanfang's head was forcibly twisted off. Sigh. Long Tian sighs deeply and grits his teeth unwillingly. It seems that after tonight, this Ji family's young master has truly become the most untouchable taboo figure in Kyoto. That's right. Yu Huatian nods in agreement. Even the previous palace master of the Divine Ice Palace took action personally. Who in Kyoto would dare to have any ideas about Ji Shu? At this moment, he bows down and asks in a low voice. Your Majesty, what should we do next? After a long silence, Long Tian slowly speaks. Has the national teacher returned to the palace? Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian's face changes drastically. When he hears the words, national teacher, there is a deep fear in his eyes. Reporting to Your Majesty, the national teacher has indeed returned to the palace. Good. Long Tian nods heavily and says. Let's go. Prepare the carriage to the Shensi Palace. The Imperial Palace, Shensi Palace, Ganlu Terrace. From here, one can overlook the entire Kyoto. A woman dressed in a black phoenix-patterned long dress stands on the Ganlu Terrace. Under her feet is the entire Kyoto. The moonlight falls on her stunning and enchanting face, making her even more bewitching. Master. Palace Master Mu Chu made a move, and the Archbishop of the Crimson Cloth Church, Shen Wuhui, fell. The former chief instructor of the mortal world, Wei Qin, killed everyone in the Crimson Cloth Church in Kyoto, including the son of the Crimson Cloth Church, Shen Nanfang, and his former student, Qinmian Shu Luo Bai. The girl, Zan Yin, suppresses her shock and speaks in a low voice. What else? The mysterious woman casually asks. And, the emperor has arrived. Zan Yin says softly. As soon as she finishes speaking, Long Tian and Yu Huatian have already arrived on the Ganlu Terrace. Long Tian looks at the tall and beautiful figure under the moonlight, his eyes full of infatuation and admiration. Seeing this scene, Zan Yin shakes her head. Her father, the emperor, has been infatuated with her master for a long time. Unfortunately, the king has intentions, but the goddess has no interest. National teacher. I'm here. Long Tian's voice is low and restrained, obviously suppressing his restless emotions. Greetings, Your Majesty. The mysterious woman spoke calmly. Although her words were respectful, her body remained motionless. Not even a slight bow or kneel in front of the ruler of Northern Xia. National teacher. You should know about the matter, right? Long Tian took a deep breath and said, I know. And then, the mysterious woman slightly turned her body. Her profile under the moonlight was perfect to the extreme. Her pair of eyes, as cold as the top of a snowy mountain, quietly looked at Long Tian. I need your help. Long Tian stated his intention. Hee. The mysterious woman smiled and shook her head. I haven't reached the Saint Realm. How can I help? Upon hearing this, Long Tian's expression changed, and he stepped forward and anxiously asked. Are you saying that even you have no way? Is your majesty afraid? The mysterious woman raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing these words, Yu Ha Tian, the chief of the West Factory, had a drastic change in his face. If anyone dared to say such words in front of Long Tian, they would probably be dead already. However, this woman in front of him was an exception. At this moment, Long Tian fell silent for a long time, then spoke with complex emotions. I'm afraid. How can I, as the emperor, not be afraid? If in the future, a great emperor appears from the Ji family, you should know the consequences. The mysterious woman nodded, lightly tapping the railing with her jade hand. If that's the case, then let me handle the young prince of the Ji family. Do you have a way? Long Tian asked in surprise. It will take time. The mysterious woman only said 4 words. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's face changed drastically, and he looked at the woman in astonishment and asked. Are you about to reach the Saint Realm? The mysterious woman chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. She waved her hand at Long Tian. Your Majesty, please leave. I won't see you off. All right. Long Tian nodded, and after giving a final infatuated glance at the mysterious woman, he turned and left. But no one could perceive that in the instant he turned around, a hint of extreme greed flashed in his eyes. After Long Tian left, Xuanian, the young girl, looked at the mysterious woman with excitement and said, Master, are you about to reach the Saint Realm? Hee. The mysterious woman's red lips lifted slightly, and she nodded, only saying 4 words. Just one step away. Hiss. Xuanian took a sharp breath and said, You truly are amazing. When you reach the Saint Realm, will you really make a move against Jishu? By the way, didn't you have high hopes for Jishu? If I remember correctly, a few days ago, in the Dark Arena, her master even asked Luo Yuzhu to deal with Jishu. At that time, she seemed excited about bringing Jishu under her control, and the scene was still vivid in her mind. Hee. A more radiant smile appeared on the stunningly beautiful face of the mysterious woman. She responded with an interesting tone. Your father is the emperor of Northern Xia. And I am the national teacher. He is the ruler. And I am the subject. Can a subject disobey the ruler's command? That's right. Xuanian nodded. Although she felt that this was not her master's usual character, she couldn't find any fault in her words. At the same time, she also felt sorry for Jishu. If her master reached the Saint Realm, even Mu Chu might not be able to protect Jishu. It seems that this guy doesn't have much time left. Xuanian murmured to herself in a low voice. It was night. The rain had stopped. In Kyoto, the important figures were all moved and trembling due to the slaughter tonight. Jishu had returned to his fallen maple palace and was soaking in a hot bath. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Old Wei has returned. He asked me to tell you that the members of the Crimson Cloth Church in Kyoto have all been killed. Ji Yuyao stood outside the screen and delivered the message. I know. Jishu's expression did not change at all. Tonight, when Old Wei took action, there would be no second outcome. As for the bishop of the Crimson Cloth Church, he should have returned to his hometown by now. Jishu smiled faintly. Mu Bing's master, the legendary former palace lord of the Divine Ice Palace, took action. Not to mention a bishop of the Crimson Cloth Church, even if the leader of the Crimson Cloth Church came, they would have to kneel down. Ji Yuyao, that Tianyang pill, have you taken it? Jishu suddenly looked at the figure outside the screen and asked. I have taken it. The effect is very good. Thank you, Your Highness. Ji Yuyao responded softly. Jishu nodded at the words. He thought to himself that the Tianyang pill was indeed the holy medicine of the Divine Ice Palace. In just one day, a Tianyang pill had helped Ji Yuyao recover 50% of her burned true blood. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Thinking of this, Jishu opened the system mall. He carefully selected and spent 500 Essence of Destiny to buy a 2-star pill, Huatuo's Secret Pill. Huatuo's Secret Pill, the secret medicine of the divine Dr. Huatuo, with the transcendent effects of healing hidden injuries, replenishing blood, and nourishing beauty. Effective for 3 years. Take it. Take this pill. Within 3 years, your previously burned true blood should be able to recover to its peak. Jishu walked out of the bath, put on his clothes, and placed the Huatuo's Secret Pill in Ji Yuyao's hand. Thank you, Your Highness. Ji Yuyao took the pill and looked at Jishu's smiling face with a dazed expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Jishu found it amusing. Your Highness, no one has ever been so good to me. Why are you treating me like this? Ji Yuyao looked at Jishu in a daze and asked. When she was very young, her family was completely slaughtered. She was sold into the dark gladiatorial arena with her younger brother, Ji Yujian. If she wanted to survive, she had to kill to the end. It can be said that she had witnessed the dark side of the world since she was young. Years of experience told her that no one in this world would express goodwill to you for no reason. Unless they had some use for you. But the fact was, as a spirit clan descendant who was almost half crippled, what use did she have? Despite this, Jishu treated her like a queen. For a moment, she was confused. Ji Yuyao, you underestimate yourself. You deserve the best treatment. Jishu casually replied. This statement was not a lie. When he read the novel, he also liked Ji Yuyao very much. Who wouldn't like an unrivaled empress? And who wouldn't want to experience the process of nurturing an empress? Your Highness, you're joking again. Ji Yuyao smiled bitterly. She knew that Jishu was probably joking. But at this moment, she felt an unusual warmth in her heart. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had already decided to stay by Jishu's side. Just then, a cold voice sounded. Jishu, come out. Upon hearing this, Jishu raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. Why is this woman here? He pushed open the palace door. Only to see Mu Bing standing in the courtyard in a white dress. Her beautiful face was full of coldness. But when she saw Ji Yuyao next to Jishu, her expression softened. Greetings, Miss Mu Bing. Ji Yuyao bowed her head in salute. Seeing this, Mu Bing took a deep breath and looked at Jishu seriously. At the engagement banquet, will you keep your promise? Of course. Jishu nodded and smiled. Good. Mu Bing stepped forward and held Ji Yuyao's hand, asking softly. Ji Yuyao, tomorrow, come back to the Divine Ice Palace with me. I will protect you, and no one will dare to bully you. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyao was taken aback. She looked up at Mu Bing's earnest gaze, then shook her head and replied. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Mu Bing. Ji Yuyao is flattered. But, Ji Yuyao still wants to stay by His Highness's side. So, no. Why? Mu Bing, with a puzzled expression, asked. Ji Yuyao, why do you want to stay by his side? He will only bully you. Hey, Jishu, upon hearing this, didn't say much. He just looked quietly at Ji Yuyao. No. Ji Yuyao calmly withdrew her hand from Mu Bing's grasp and spoke resolutely. Do you really not want to reconsider? Mu Bing asked again. No. Ji Yuyao shook her head and said. Miss Mu Bing. The road back to the Divine Ice Palace is far. Please take care. Hearing these words, Mu Bing's expression changed. She knew that Ji Yuyao had made a decision. No matter what she said, it was useless now. After a long silence, she sighed deeply and then looked at Ji Yuyao seriously and said. All right, you take care too. In the future, we can communicate anytime. If he bullies you, you tell me. I won't spare him. Saying this, Mu Bing couldn't help but glare fiercely at Jishu. Obviously, she was warning Jishu not to mess around. But Jishu, with an indifferent look, made her itch with anger. All right, Ji Yuyao also smiled. Although she didn't know why Mu Bing valued her so much. She could feel Mu Bing's goodwill. But she still wanted to stay in the capital. Take care. Mu Bing stepped forward and gently hugged Ji Yuyao. Then, she took 2 steps back. She took out the Ji family's token and waved it in front of Jishu. Then, with a cold smile, she looked at Jishu and said. When you come of age, I will marry you. To be honest, I am looking forward to our wedding day. Hee. Ji Shu also laughed. How could he not hear the implied meaning in Mu Bing's words? The wedding day would be the day when Mu Bing and himself would settle everything. Mu Bing would use all means to end his life. What a coincidence. I am also looking forward to that day. Ji Shu looked at Mu Bing's beautiful eyes seriously and gave her the most determined response. All right, Ji Shu, I hope you remember what I said today. Mu Bing chuckled lightly. Then she turned and left. Watching Mu Bing's departing figure, Ji Shu pondered for a moment, then he took Ji Yuyao and went to the Ji Mansion's courtyard. This was where Wei Lao lived. Under the moonlit night, a slender figure was sweating profusely in the courtyard, practicing a complex sword technique with an iron sword. When he saw Ji Shu and Ji Yuyao, he immediately came forward to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Highness. Ji Yujian looked at Ji Shu with devout eyes. For him, Ji Shu had given him a chance to be reborn. So Wei Lao was his teacher, and Ji Shu was his master. Go and see if your younger brother has made any progress in his strength. Ji Shu smiled slightly at Ji Yuyao. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ji Yuyao nodded heavily. She pulled Ji Yujian and started practicing in the courtyard. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of weapons emitted dazzling sparks. The two figures dancing with swords under the moonlight were particularly pleasing to the eye. At this moment, an old figure appeared next to Ji Shu. As the young crown prince satisfied, Old Wei asked with a smile. Not bad, but how much longer does Ji Yujian need to become a true killer? Ji Shu asked casually. His talent is amazing. He also possesses the supreme bone. But it will still take at least 3 more years. Old Wei responded seriously. 3 years. It's within my expectations. Ji Shu nodded. Young crown prince, do you have a plan? Old Wei smiled and spoke. He knew that Ji Shu buying the Ji Yu siblings at a sky-high price was just the first step. Yes. Next, I hope to establish an organization that combines intelligence, assassination, and military affairs. Ji Shu looked at Old Wei with a burning gaze. Similar to the Western Factory. Old Wei was somewhat surprised. Yes, but not entirely. The Western Factory is only an organization within the Northern Xia dynasty. But the organization I want to establish is aimed at the entire Profound Heaven continent. Ji Shu's gaze was firm. Young Crown Prince, your ambition is truly not small. But you should know that this won't be easy. Old Wei reminded him with a deep breath. Hee. Ji Shu smiled and said with a smile. I never do easy things. Upon hearing these words, Old Wei's admiration for Ji Shu grew even stronger. I don't have much time left. So, I will still need your full assistance in the future, Old Wei. Ji Shu sighed meaningfully. Understood. Old Wei nodded solemnly. He knew that although the Ji family is currently safe, the future is uncertain. Being prepared in advance is the best strategy. And he will naturally do his best to help Ji Shu. May I ask, young Crown Prince, what would you like to name this organization? Old Wei asked curiously. At these words, Ji Shu fell silent for a moment, then his mouth curled up slightly. How about Military Intelligence Department? The next day, at dusk, Mu Bing left. She and her master, Mu Chu, left Ji Mansion and headed back to Divine Ice Palace. Ji Shu sat in the courtyard of Fallen Maple Palace, squinting his eyes as he watched the two figures gradually disappearing in the sunset. Until we meet again, it will be on the day of the wedding. That day will determine life and death. Mu Bing knew her identity. In this lifetime, she would not give up until she achieved her goals, just like in the novel. Fortunately, she still had time to become stronger. Young Lord, when will we start implementing the plan to establish the Military Intelligence Department? Old Wei asked softly beside Ji Shu. At this moment, he was already eager to get started. Now, right now, Ji Shu responded without hesitation. After speaking, he took out a black gold card from his storage ring and handed it to Old Wei. There are 30 million gold coins in here. Use this as the starting capital for the Military Intelligence Department. Upon hearing this, Old Wei nodded heavily. 30 million gold coins was a huge sum for any newly established organization. Back then, the starting capital in the mortal world was only 30 million. So this amount of money was more than enough to establish the Military Intelligence Department. Young Lord, what is the first step for our military intelligence department? Old Wei asked curiously. Very simple. Recruit geniuses. Train assassins. And most importantly, start building our exclusive intelligence network throughout the Northern Xia dynasty. Ji Shu smiled faintly. He had long planned for the military intelligence department. The first step was to recruit geniuses. As the main antagonist in the novel, he naturally knew which geniuses had a miserable start but would rise to greatness later on. What he needed to do was recruit these geniuses to work for him, just like Ji Yuyao and Ji Yujian now. The second step was to train assassins. He needed a completely loyal assassin force to eliminate some obstacles for him. After all, he couldn't handle everything himself. It would be best to have a group of assassins hidden in the darkness to do things for him. The third step was to establish an intelligence network, which was particularly important. No matter when, intelligence information was of utmost importance. With accurate intelligence, one could be invincible and even predict the future through a series of clues. Understood. I will prepare immediately. Shortest 3 years, longest 5 years. I will definitely show results to young Lord, Old Wei confidently declared. After speaking, he turned around and left, full of confidence, to prepare for the establishment of the military intelligence department. Good. Ji Shu nodded. Since the plan for the military intelligence department had begun, it was time to start his cultivation plan as well. Within 5 years, I will reach the star-gathering realm. Ji Shu took a deep breath, and a glimmer of light flickered in his clear eyes. Establishing the military intelligence department was important, but improving his cultivation was even more important. After all, in the profound heaven continent, strength was the only truth. Under the setting sun, Ji Shu's small figure was elongated. Ji Yuyao walked out of Fallen Maple Palace and looked at Ji Shu standing with his hands behind his back under the setting sun, feeling a sudden thought in her heart. In the future, the entire Northern Xia dynasty will be controlled by our young lord. ... Time flew by. 5 years passed in a hurry. It was midsummer. The bright moonlight poured down in Fallen Maple Palace. Ji Shu sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed tightly, his breathing steady, his body thin. Although his appearance still seemed somewhat young, his temperament became more ethereal and out of the ordinary. The final step, illuminating the life stars. Ji Shu clasped his hands together and began to burn his true essence, making a full sprint towards the star-gathering realm. Crack. When a cracking sound rang out, the barrier between the life soil and the star-gathering realm shattered. Ji Shu's aura underwent a tremendous change. His true essence level also underwent a qualitative sublimation at this moment. At the same time, a dazzling star rose slowly above his life soil cultivation base. Star-gathering realm. I've reached it. Ji Shu suddenly opened his eyes, and brilliant starlight overflowed from his eye sockets. Raising his hand and gently clenching his fist, one could feel the powerful and wonderful force of the star-gathering level flowing between his fingers. Ji Shu slowly exhaled a breath of impurity. 5 years of effort, finally not in vain. He had finally achieved the goal in his plan and reached the star-gathering realm. It should be noted that the star-gathering realm, even in the entire profound heaven continent, was considered a top expert. As his thoughts turned, a clear voice from the system sounded in his ears at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the star-gathering realm, rewarded with 3,000 Essence of Destiny. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu immediately opened the system panel. Name: Ji Shu. Identity: Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Established organization: Military Intelligence Department. Cultivation: Star-gathering First Realm. Bloodline Constitution: Divine Heart Demon Bone Demonic Advent successfully activated. Divine Prohibition 100,000 Essence of Destiny Immortal Ash 1,000,000 Essence of Destiny. Cultivation Technique: Immortal Devouring Demonic Technique cultivated to the Third Realm Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand Advanced. Weapon: Great Principle Sword Fetus Ghost Flute Sentiment. Essence of Destiny 14,800 points. Fate Level: Red 9 lives. System Store opened. Task System opened. Warehouse: Soul Seizing Nail One Piece Soul Seizing Trilogy Requiem of Souls Soul Plundering Sonata Summoning Elegy Divine Ice Jade Token of the Divine Ice Palace Master. System Prompt: More information can be expanded. Not bad. I have accumulated 14,800 Essence of Destiny in 5 years. The fate level has changed from black to red. From near death to 9 lives. Isn't this progress? Furthermore, since my cultivation has reached the star-gathering realm, I can now try to cultivate the soul-seizing trilogy, Requiem of Souls. Ghost Flute Sentiment can also be used. Requiem of Souls can control cultivators who have already died in battle. This is a good thing. Thinking of this, Jishu's smile grew even wider. Requiem of Souls can control cultivators who have already died in battle. Being able to control this kind of power was crucial for him. However, just as Jishu's thoughts were turning, a tall figure had quietly entered the fallen maple palace. Under the moonlight, she was dressed in white, with a long skirt trailing on the ground, and a slender waist that could be held with one hand. Her waterfall-like long hair cascaded down to her perky buttocks. Her originally stunningly beautiful face had lost a bit of its youthful innocence, but gained a hint of charm. Although it was only a hint, it was enough to captivate souls. Especially her eyes, like starlight and the vast sea, with just a smile, they could enchant the world for 1,000 years. She was Ji Yu Yao. The 18-year-old Ji Yu Yao. At this moment, she was no longer the girl who had just entered the Ji Mansion 5 years ago. She had completely grown into a peerless goddess who was renowned throughout the capital. She, along with the chief of the Dark Arena, Luo Yuzhu, the princess of the Northern Xia imperial family, Mu Xuanian, the crown princess of the Northern Xia imperial family, Chu Li. They were known as the 4 divine maidens of the Northern Xia. Ji Yu Yao. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ji Yu Yao pursed her red lips and spoke softly. Oh. Why are you here? Jishu's mouth curled up in a playful smile, knowingly asking. Your Highness the Crown Prince already knows. It's already time. Ji Yu Yao crossed her arms and leaned against the door, looking at Jishu with a satisfied smile in her eyes. Yes, it's that time again. Jishu nodded and then said. What are you waiting for? You know the rules. Ji Yu Yao smiled at Jishu and turned to close the palace door. She sat in front of Jishu and began to adjust her breathing slowly. Hiss. Jishu couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw Ji Yu Yao in front of him. Are you ready? Ji Yu Yao lightly hummed, then slightly turned her body. Her profile under the moonlight was perfect to the extreme. She bit her red lips and looked at Jishu with a bewildered expression. Your Highness the Crown Prince. You can start now. All right. Jishu nodded. Immediately, he activated the immortal devouring demonic technique. Clang. Light flickered. Sparks appeared on Jishu's fingertips. Ugh. Ji Yu Yao let out a muffled groan as her beautiful face turned deathly pale. This was not the first time she had tempered her meridians. However, every time she tempered her meridians, it would torture her to the point of breaking down. However, Jishu was relieved that she could persevere every time. It was also because of this that Ji Yu Yao's body could recover so quickly. How is it? Can you still do it? Jishu asked softly. Yes, Your Highness, please continue. I can still do it. Ji Yu Yao muttered as she bit her red lips. Good. It will be over soon. Quote. Jishu shook his head and increased the power of his immortal devouring demonic art to another level. Ugh. Ji Yu Yao frowned and groaned. As usual, she forced herself to persevere. 10 minutes later, the tempering ended. Ji Yu Yao's body trembled as she lay down on the palace bed. Her hair was scattered in front of her forehead as she looked at Jishu in a daze. She bit her lip but did not say a word. Why are you looking at me like that? Jishu scratched his head in confusion. He wondered what was wrong with Ji Yu Yao. Ha ha. Ji Yu Yao broke into a smile. She looked at Jishu with interest. Your Highness, I suddenly thought of something. Should I say it? Jishu spread his hands helplessly and said. Say it. Ji Yu Yao looked at Jishu from head to toe and said meaningfully. I suddenly realized, Your Highness, you have become more and more proficient in the past few years. Ugh. Jishu could not help but be stunned. Ji Yu Yao wasn't wrong. He had tempered Ji Yu Yao's meridians many times over the years and had become more proficient. However, this was also for the sake of better tempering her meridians. I have become more proficient. So, Jishu looked at Ji Yu Yao in amusement. Ji Yuyao thought for a moment. Her rose-like red lips curled up slightly. Her tone was extremely mysterious as she whispered. So, I can't tell you now. In the future, your highness will naturally understand. Ji Shu curled his lips in disdain. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Doesn't matter. Hee. Ji Yuyao laughed softly. She looked at Ji Shu with her beautiful eyes, the smile in her eyes growing wider and wider. What a strange woman. Ji Shu shrugged, not taking Ji Yuyao's words seriously at all. He stretched lazily and burrowed into the fragrant blanket. He waved his hand at Ji Yuyao and said, "Leave, I'm tired." With that, Ji Shu closed his eyes in exhaustion. Tonight, he had first broken into star condensation and then helped Ji Yuyao refine her meridians. His entire body truly was exhausted to the extreme. Thank you for your hard work, my little crown prince. Ji Yuyao murmured softly. The next day, Ji Shu opened his eyes. Ji Yuyao was no longer by his side. However, when he smelled the aroma of breakfast, he knew that Ji Yuyao had already prepared breakfast for him. After putting on his clothes and walking out of the fallen maple palace, he saw a peerless beauty standing in the courtyard. Little crown prince, it's time to eat breakfast. Ji Yuyao turned around and smiled gently at Ji Shu. Okay, Ji Shu nodded. At this moment, he looked at the beautiful girl who was making tea for him and couldn't help but be a little dazed. 5 years ago, Ji Yuyao agreed to be his maid. In these 5 years, not only did she take good care of him, she also personally built the MI6 into a mysterious force on the same level as the Western faction. It was no exaggeration to say that Ji Yuyao's talent was truly a shocking existence. Just as he was in a daze, Ji Yuyao had already placed a cup of freshly brewed flower tea in front of him. She also reported in an orderly and serious manner. Little Crown Prince, the 8 underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty have all submitted. Now, only the Western faction and the Northern Xia imperial family secretly support the capital's underground force, the 10-Blade Corps. Ji Yuyao's talent, without exaggeration, is truly a world-shaking existence. Just as he was lost in thought, Ji Yuyao had already handed a cup of brewed flower tea to him. And he calmly and seriously reported, "Your Highness, the 8 major underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty have all surrendered, and now only the 10-Blade Legion, supported by the Western Factory and the Northern Xia royal family, remains as the underground force in the capital." The youngest son of the Morong family, the second financial family of the Northern Xia dynasty, has ascended to the position of family head with the help of the military intelligence department. He is our puppet family head. The scandals of the 108 senior officials of the Northern Xia dynasty have all been recorded by the military intelligence department, and your highness can access them at any time. Ji Shu nodded. In 5 years, the military intelligence department has achieved great success and has become the true master of the Northern Xia's dark night, controlling the 8 major underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty, recording the scandals of the 108 senior officials of the Northern Xia dynasty, turning the youngest son of the second financial family of the Northern Xia dynasty into the family head, making the prestigious second financial family of the Northern Xia dynasty become the little treasury of the military intelligence department. These are just the tip of the iceberg of what the military intelligence department has done in the past 5 years. Nowadays, the military intelligence department is already on the same level as the royal-sanctioned Western Factory in the eyes of many important figures in the Northern Xia dynasty. In fact, in the eyes of some important figures, the military intelligence department is even more terrifying than the Western Factory. You have worked hard in these years. Ji Shu smiled warmly at Ji Yuyao. The military intelligence department has grown to such an extent. Ji Yuyao should indeed be credited. No, as long as your highness is satisfied, everything is worth it. Ji Yuyao shook his head and spoke softly. Just when the atmosphere was extremely pleasant, a tall and majestic young man walked into the fallen maple palace. Greetings, your highness. Ji Shu raised an eyebrow when he saw the person and casually responded with a sound. Ji Zan, the son of Ji Wuji, 18 years old. Cultivation, life soil, 6th realm. Position, Iron Floating Tower Army Sergeant Major. Prince Longyuan's close friend. His father, Ji Wuji, has already become the deputy commander of the Iron Floating Tower Army in recent years. And they, father and son, or both undercover agents of the Northern Shaw royal family planted in the Ji family. Piece by piece of information flashed through his mind. Ji Shu's mouth curled up, looking at Ji Zan with a playful expression, and asked, "Oh, isn't this the Sergeant Major? Why do you have time to visit my fallen maple palace today?" Upon hearing this, Ji Zan smiled slightly and responded respectfully. "Reporting to your highness, I was just transferred back to the capital. Now I am the commander of the Ji family military mansion's guards. So I came to pay my respects to your highness. I hope your highness will take care of me in the future." After speaking, his gaze unconsciously fell on Ji Yuyao. At this moment, when he saw the person he admired, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he couldn't help but swallow. His eyes were full of infatuation, as well as an indescribable heat and greed. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Ji Shu waved his hand, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. "Yes." Ji Zan heard this and withdrew his gaze, reluctantly turned around and left. "Jester," Ji Shu sneered. How could he not see Ji Zan's thoughts? Perhaps, since Ji Zan first saw Ji Yuyao 3 years ago, he had already developed feelings. If it were someone else, he would have killed them without hesitation. But Ji Zan still had some use to him, so he let him live until now. Hee. Ji Yuyao chuckled lightly. "If your highness is not happy, next time we meet, shall I gouge out his eyes?" "Good idea." Ji Shu raised an eyebrow, and the playfulness and mockery in his eyes became even stronger. The father and son, Ji Wuji, are just his toys. He can crush them at any time. But before crushing them, he must squeeze out their last bit of value. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste. Just then, the communication jade at Ji Yuyao's waist flickered gently. When she heard the news from the Military Intelligence Department, her pretty face changed drastically, and then she looked at Ji Shu with a serious expression and said, "Your Highness, latest intelligence. Someone has become a saint in the Northern Shaw Palace." And Ji Zan's transfer order also came from the Northern Shaw Palace. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu frowned. Adding these two pieces of information together, he smelled a hint of an impending storm. However, just as Ji Shu was lost in thought, a clear and crisp system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! System prompt, sign in location refreshed. Sign in location, Northern Shaw Imperial Palace, Imperial Tomb in the Back Mountain. The sign in location refreshed at such a time. The Northern Shaw Imperial Tomb. But that's the forbidden area of the Northern Shaw Imperial clan. Ji Shu couldn't help but rub his temples. For the past 8 years, he had deliberately avoided contact with the Northern Shaw Imperial family in order to have more time for development. But now that the sign in location had directly refreshed to the forbidden area of the Imperial clan, he had to make a decision. Should he give up the sign in reward or take the risk? Ji Shu took a deep breath and pondered for about 2 seconds, then looked at Ji Yuyao and solemnly said, "Next, I will go to the Northern Shaw Imperial Palace." "What?" Ji Yuyao looked at Ji Shu in astonishment, then shook her head firmly and said, "No, Your Highness, you can't go. The waters of the Northern Shaw Imperial Palace are too deep. If you go to the Northern Shaw Imperial Palace, it's like walking into a tiger's den." "Hey," Ji Shu chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry. I have my own plans." Now that he had reached the star-gathering realm, he had a life-saving move. That was the soul-devouring nail he had stolen from the immortal Emperor Mu Bing. The soul-devouring nail could kill indiscriminately below the saint rank. So theoretically, as long as he didn't encounter a saint rank expert, then there shouldn't be a problem. Sneak into the palace, sign in and leave. Ji Shu touched his chin and thought it was feasible. Although the Northern Shaw Imperial Palace was dangerous, as long as he quietly entered and left without alarming the important figures there shouldn't be a problem. Ji Yuyao looked at Ji Shu, who had made up his mind, and couldn't help but sigh. She was very worried and asked, "Young prince, if you are going to sneak into the palace, do we need to make any preparations at Military Intelligence Department?" Ji Shu thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to make any preparations. But before I go, I need to prepare myself." After saying that, Ji Shu turned and returned to the Fallen Maple Palace. He opened the system store and locked onto the section for body movement techniques. 3,000 thunderous steps, 1,000 destiny points. Shadowy Freedom, 2000 Essence of Destiny. Heavenly Demons 8 Steps, 3000 Essence of Destiny. Star Gods Shattered Shadow, 4000 Essence of Destiny. 9 Secrets, Walking Word Secret, 20,000 Essence of Destiny. Jishu carefully selected from the various body movement techniques. In the end, he chose the most cost-effective and suitable Star God's Shattered Shadow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 Essence of Destiny to successfully purchase the body movement technique, Star God's Shattered Shadow. Star God's Shattered Shadow, a transcendent body movement technique of the ancient star gods. When cultivated to the extreme, it can reverse time and space. After casually glancing at the introduction of Star God's Shattered Shadow, Jishu began to cultivate this transcendent body movement technique. After 6 hours, a clear system prompt sounded. Ding! System prompt, the host Star God's Shattered Shadow has reached the entry level. Upon hearing this, Jishu slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and muttered to himself. Although it's just the entry level. But fortunately, Star God's Shattered Shadow is of a very high level. So it should be enough. After saying that, Jishu got up and walked out of the fallen maple palace, looking up at the bright moon outside the window and whispered. It's late at night. Now is the time to enter the palace. At this moment, Ji Yuyao walked over, her face full of resentment as she looked at Jishu and asked. Is it really necessary to go? Jishu turned his head and smiled at Ji Yuyao, saying. I must go. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuyao lowered her eyes and said softly. I understand. I have already prepared military intelligence department. If anything unexpected happens, we will fight to the death with them. Although Jishu had already told her that she didn't need to make any preparations, she still couldn't rest assured and took the initiative to order military intelligence department to be on full alert. No need. Jishu looked at the dejected Ji Yuyao and couldn't help but smile. Although his Star God's Shattered Shadow was only at the entry level, he had to know that this was a body movement technique that only true gods were qualified to cultivate. He had great confidence in himself, and this time he would definitely not be discovered by anyone when he sneaked into the palace. After saying that, Jishu disappeared into the spot of starlight in front of Ji Yuyao's worried gaze. He headed north, towards the palace. Soon, Jishu arrived at the magnificent and majestic palace gate. At this moment, he could already sense the hundreds of hidden auras within the palace. The Northern Sha Imperial Palace, a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. The Emperor's secret guard, the winds and rains from all directions. The 10 great Northern Sha divine generals. They are all here. Next, we must not make a wrong move. Jishu took a deep breath. Then, his eyes were filled with starlight. Clang. In an instant, his figure disappeared like scattered stars in the original spot. A streak of starlight passed over the deep night sky of the palace, but it did not attract the attention of any powerful individuals. Jishu successfully entered the palace. Following that, according to the intelligence provided by the Military Intelligence Department, he rushed towards the back mountain of the palace. There lies the location of the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb. The back mountain of the palace is a huge mountain range. This mountain range is covered in layers of dense clouds, giving it a mysterious and eerie appearance. Breaking into the mountain range, he continued forward. Jishu finally saw a huge tomb in a deep bamboo forest in the depths of the mountain range. The 2 giant dragon stone statues in front of the tomb were particularly majestic. I suppose this is the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb. Jishu took a deep breath and muttered to himself. However, he suddenly frowned and looked at the tomb door. At this moment, he was surprised to find that the tomb door was open. Someone has already entered. Jishu's heart started beating faster. He didn't know if this person was a friend or foe. But he decided to go and check first. Entering the Imperial Tomb, a long corridor filled with eternal lamps came into view. Jishu followed the corridor all the way. And he noticed that the temperature of the air gradually increased as he walked deeper into the tomb. But even so, he didn't take a step back. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the tomb, where there was a door to an underground palace, which was also the place he needed to check in. System check-in, Jishu said in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-star reward, Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. This check-in reward. It's actually a strange fire. Jishu was pleasantly surprised. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, born deep within the earth. Formed in 100 years, blooming into a lotus in 1,000 years, its power is unpredictable. The famous Flame Emperor in the vast world possesses one. It's not a bad reward. Jishu smiled faintly. Today, obtaining a strange fire was already quite good. Just as he was about to leave, a scorching wind blew from the underground palace, causing him to stop in his tracks. In this Northern Sha imperial tomb, could there also be a strange fire sealed? Thinking of this, Jishu held his breath and cautiously activated the star god's shadow to turn and sneak into the underground palace. If there really was a strange fire in the underground palace, it would be unacceptable not to take it. The underground palace was vast. There were countless terracotta warriors and horses displayed within it. And in the depths of the underground palace, there was an altar. On the altar, there was a pure white lotus flower. And at the center of the flower, there was a flame that emitted an extremely demonic aura, pulsating like a heart, completely red. Although this flame was sealed by the altar, one could still sense its scorching temperature. One could even faintly hear the howls and roars of evil spirits from hell. It really is a strange fire. And it's not an ordinary strange fire. The power of this strange fire definitely surpasses the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Jishu's heartbeat suddenly intensified. However, he didn't show any abnormality. Because there were two people standing in front of the altar. A man and a woman. The man wore a white robe, with silver hair and beard, giving him an ethereal and Taoist appearance. The wrinkles on his face indicated that he had lived for many years. The woman wore a gorgeous black phoenix gown. The gown wrapped around her fiery and extremely enchanting figure. Her blue hair was elegantly tied up, exuding an indescribable grace and nobility. Unfortunately, she wore a veil, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. They seemed to be in a standoff. It's worth mentioning that compared to the two of them, Jishu's aura was as insignificant and pitiful as an ant. But fortunately, his concealment technique, the star god's shadow, was truly a divine-grade existence. So he was able to perfectly hide in a corner of this underground palace tomb without being discovered by these two powerhouses. Saint-rank experts, not just one. Jishu frowned. If the Northern Sha dynasty had two saint-rank experts, then the situation ahead would not be so friendly for him. Just then, an old voice sounded. "Woman, go back. The Northern Sha imperial tomb is not a place for you to come." The old man in white looked at the woman with an extremely calm gaze and a cold tone. "Hey. The woman chuckled, her laughter extremely enchanting. She folded her hands and looked at the old man provocatively. "Old man, if I don't leave, what will you do?" Upon hearing this, Jishu rubbed his chin and his lips curled up. So, these two are not on the same side. This is interesting. For a moment, he became fully alert. "Woman, I have already given you a chance. If you don't leave now, you will bear the consequences." The old man in white clothes stood with his hands behind his back, his face cold, and issued an ultimatum to the mysterious woman. "Give me the strange fire. I will leave on my own. What do you say?" The mysterious woman slightly opened her red lips, her voice calm but as pleasant as a pearl falling into a jade plate. Hey. The old man in white clothes shook his head and smiled lightly, his gaze burning as he looked at the mysterious woman and said, "Since that's the case, you will forever stay in this imperial tomb today." After speaking, he extended his withered palm and lightly snapped his fingers. Clang! Countless crimson-flamed runes appeared on the surface of the underground palace in an instant. The barrier of the imperial tomb. It seems that you are really afraid that I will destroy your Northern Sha imperial tomb. Hey. The mysterious woman chuckled lightly, taking the initiative to make a move. Her slender jade hand pointed directly at the head of the old man in white clothes, and the space instantly distorted. Seeking death. The old man in white clothes roared, his pair of aged eyes emitting a captivating light. He retaliated with a palm strike against the woman. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations caused even the void to tremble. But in the end, all the ripples of energy were absorbed by the crimson-flamed runes of the underground palace. Hey, a junior who has just reached the saint rank. Dare to act arrogantly in the Northern Sha imperial tomb. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? The old man in white clothes looked at the mysterious woman with a mocking expression. You old thing, you talk too much. The mysterious woman made another move, throwing a punch that dominated the world. Boom, 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 boom. The old man in white clothes and the mysterious woman exchanged blows for over 100 moves. Their speed was so fast that even Jishu could only see two blurry figures fighting. Between their clashes, divine light splattered for thousands of feet, killing intent filled the air, and saint rank energy overflowed. It's hard to imagine what terrible consequences would occur if there were no barriers in the Imperial Tomb. The entire Imperial Tomb. No, the entire Imperial Tomb mountain range would turn into a wasteland. Clang, 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 clang. The two fought more and more fiercely. The old man in white clothes drew a bronze halberd from the void. He swung the halberd like a peerless god of slaughter, and the terrifying aura of killing could make the stars fall. The mysterious woman held a magnificent ice sword in her hand, like a sword immortal from the heavens, overlooking all the heroes of the world, as if she alone was the only immortal in this world. Kill. The old man in white clothes fought fiercely against the mysterious woman, starting an unparalleled conquest. The long halberd and the ice sword in their hands clashed, radiating brilliant light, and the sharp edges met. Clang, clang. The metal trembled, and the black halberd and the ice sword, which emitted a radiant light, collided thousands of times in an instant. And they were all clashes between the tip of the halberd and the edge of the sword, reaching an extreme speed. This was a true battle between saint ranks, and in an instant, the light emitted from the Imperial Tomb made all the stars in the night sky dim. You old thing, die. Immortal slaying. The mysterious woman's beautiful eyes emitted immortal light, and time stood still. She turned her wrist, and the ice sword swept out horizontally. Clang. A dazzling sword aura suddenly swept out. At the moment the sword aura appeared, all the crimson-flamed runes on the underground palace shattered. At the same time, the scene of fallen immortals appeared in the void. This sword seemed to bring about an unparalleled massacre. I will fight you to the end. The old man in white clothes' expression changed drastically. The power of this sword far exceeded his expectations. He used his left hand to unlock the seal of the strange fire, and his right hand's halberd unleashed its full power, breaking through the sky. Boom! The sword aura swept past. The void shattered. The bronze halberd suddenly shattered. 100 jong deep abyss cracked open on the surface of the underground palace. But the old man in white clothes stood steadily in front of the altar. How is this possible? The mysterious woman frowned slightly. The power of that sword could slay a saint rank. But it had no effect on the old man. It's the strange fire. Jishu, who was hiding on the side, suddenly realized. Woman, go to hell. The old man in white clothes opened his palm, and a strange fire that emitted black smoke and burned with crimson flames floated in his hand. Terrifying temperature. Eerie aura. Terrifying energy. They all burst out in an instant. Kill. The old man in white robes roared angrily, his fist clenched as he unleashed a punch with strange fire. The mysterious woman's face changed drastically, and she countered with a palm strike. Boom! Terrifying power surged and splashed in the void. The entire Wangling mountain range trembled violently. Countless cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the surface, and even the void shattered. In the center of the battlefield, the old man in white robes was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Poochie! The mysterious woman also spat out a mouthful of blood, and her cheeks under the veil turned slightly pale. In the air, strands of floating flames turned into black smoke and suddenly drilled into the woman's body. The mysterious woman cursed under her breath and turned to leave. Clang, clang, clang. As her body flickered strangely a few times, she suddenly disappeared from the old man in white robes' sight. Seeing this, the old man in white robes had no intention of pursuing her. After the mysterious woman left, he quickly sealed strange fire back into the altar. After completing all this, his body swayed, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood, weakly falling by the side of the altar. No, I still can't control it. It truly deserves to be the third-ranked world-purifying demon flame among all the strange fires in the world. The old man in white robes wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth and spoke fearfully to himself. At this moment, although he had forced the mysterious woman back using strange fire, he had also suffered severe injuries from the backlash. World-purifying demon flame. The third-ranked strange fire in the world. Quite interesting, Ji Shu murmured in his heart. At this moment, he looked at the strange fire sealed in the altar, emitting black smoke and a crimson glow, his eyes filled with excitement. If he remembered correctly, this world-purifying demon flame was the strange fire of the main antagonist in the original novel. With this strange fire, the goddess directly slaughtered 8 million cultivators from the Eternal Life dynasty. Just then, a figure walked slowly into the imperial tomb. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a black dragon robe, handsome in appearance, but his face was full of gloom. Emperor Long Tian of Northern Sha. Ji Shu, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the person. Elder Supreme, what's the situation? Long Tian slightly bowed in front of the old man in white robes. Just as you expected, she has been injured by the world-purifying demon flame. In no more than 7 days, the demonic poison will attack her heart, causing her to endure excruciating pain like insects devouring bones, and her cultivation will fall to the saint rank. By then, you can do whatever you want to her. The old man in white robes spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, the smile on Long Tian's face couldn't be contained anymore. He deeply bowed to the old man in white robes and smiled. Thank you, Elder Supreme, for your assistance. My wedding with the national teacher. You will be the main guest. Cough, cough, cough. The old man in white robes coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Long Tian and didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "You may leave." All right. Long Tian nodded heavily, then turned and left. This is a scheme. Long Tian wants to forcefully marry the national teacher of Northern Sha, so he set up this scheme. Ji Shu muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Regarding the national teacher of Northern Sha, the military intelligence department had learned that she was extremely mysterious. Her name, gender, cultivation level, appearance, and origin were all unknown. The only thing that could be found was that this national teacher of Northern Sha possessed extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Emperor Long Tian treated the national teacher of Northern Sha extremely well. So this national teacher was truly a figure above 10,000 in the Northern Sha dynasty. But after seeing today's events, so it turns out that Long Tian is lusting after the lady. This emperor is truly despicable. Ji Shu's face was full of disdain. At the same time, a new idea emerged in his mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he could bring this national teacher of Northern Sha into his own camp, wouldn't that be a great achievement? But the problem is, the injured national teacher of Northern Sha, where would she go? Escape from the capital. Ji Shu shook his head, not thinking so. After careful consideration, he said to himself, if she doesn't know that today is a scheme, then she should return to the Shen's palace. And, with such serious injuries, even if she wants to escape from the palace, I'm afraid she can't do it. His thoughts stopped here. Ji Shu immediately activated the star god's shadow, turning into a silent streak of starlight and leaving the imperial tomb towards the Shen's palace. As for the world-purifying demon flame, ranked 3rd on the strange fire list. No matter what, he was confident in dealing with it. But before that, he needed to make sufficient preparations and come up with a perfect plan to obtain this super strange fire that even saint-rank experts found difficult to control. The moonlight is bright, and the night breeze is cool. Ji Shu stood under a crabapple tree, quietly surveying the dark and lightless palace in front of him, murmuring to himself. Shen's palace. She should have returned by now. With that, Ji Shu transformed into a streak of starlight and silently sneaked into the palace. The national teacher's palace was extremely luxurious. As soon as he entered, he saw a luxurious bed. At the same time, he felt an icy coldness as if standing on the top of a snowy mountain. No one on the bed. Ji Shu shivered and continued walking. At this moment, a magnificent screen with the words, "Bright moon rises over the sea, stars shine in the blue sky," came into view. Behind the screen, there was a mist of ice. And there seemed to be an extremely enchanting and graceful figure bathing. She has indeed returned. Ji Shu stood in the shadow and murmured, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Just then, a magnetic and charming voice came from behind the screen. Who is it? Such audacity, to dare trespass into the Shen's palace. Ha! Ji Shu took a deep breath and spoke. Ji family, Ji Shu. Greetings, national teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, The woman seemed surprised, and her tone suddenly turned cold. Ji family's little prince, he. Ji Shu, you have quite the audacity. Trespassing into the Shen's palace. Do you know what crime you have committed? Upon hearing this, Ji Shu remained unchanged in expression and calmly responded. Probably the same crime as trespassing into the imperial tomb. What does the national teacher think? As these words fell, the atmosphere in the entire palace suddenly froze, and you could hear a pin drop. Only Ji Shu's heartbeat remained, and the sound of the woman's slightly disordered breath behind the screen. After a long silence, splash, a sound of water splashing. The woman rose abruptly from the bath. She casually draped a thin black garment and walked out from behind the screen. At this moment, Ji Shu, illuminated by the moonlight pouring into the palace from the window, caught a glimpse of the true face of this mysterious and extremely noble Northern Sha national teacher. She had beautiful eyebrows, exuding both elegance and nobility. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the stars and the sea, but also the icy coldness of the wind and snow on an ancient ice mountain. Her delicate nose was exquisite and straight, exuding extreme nobility and elegance, coupled with the slightly moist red lips, like rose petals after rain. Her appearance was truly breathtaking, capable of making people hold their breath. This woman, she is even more beautiful than our future Empress Ji Yu Yao, by 3 points. Ji Shu was stunned for 3 seconds, but quickly regained his composure. It's getting late. Your Highness, the little prince of the Ji family, should stay at the Ji family military mansion. But instead, you came to the Shen's palace and spoke nonsense. You're really in a good mood. The Northern Sha national teacher's beautiful eyes looked coldly at Ji Shu, her red lips slightly opened with a hint of mockery. He. Ji Shu shook his head and smiled lightly in response. Yes, it's getting late. The national teacher should stay at the Shen's palace. But instead, you went to wander around the Northern Sha imperial tomb before returning to bathe. You're really in a good mood. Upon hearing this, the Northern Sha national teacher's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and her beautiful eyes that looked at Ji Shu were filled with intense killing intent. It seems, tonight, it's not just me. You were also in the imperial tomb, little prince. That's right. Ji Shu nodded. He knew that at this moment, this cold and glamorous national teacher had already harbored murderous intent towards him. But all of this was within his expectations. Who asked him to stumble upon her secret? So that's how it is. The Northern Sha national teacher looked at Ji Shu's straightforwardness with a playful expression. She lightly tapped her delicate chin with her jade-like hand and said with a playful tone. Let me understand, since you already know that I am the one who trespassed into the imperial tomb. And you didn't go to find the emperor or your elders at the Ji family military mansion. But instead, you took the initiative to come here. So, are you looking for death? Ji Shu heard this and shrugged his shoulders, responding without any concealment. The Northern Sha royal family is my enemy. Why should I go find the emperor? And I am the prince of the Ji family military mansion. I stand here, that's enough. Why should I go find my elders at home? Upon hearing these words, the Northern Sha national teacher fell silent for a moment, then looked at Ji Shu with a more serious gaze. You see through it. In that case, tell me your purpose. Alliance. Ji Shu slowly uttered 2 words. He could determine that both the Northern Sha Grand Master and the Northern Sha Emperor had their own thoughts. Since that was the case, he decided to clearly state his position. Then, it would be the best strategy to bring the Northern Sha Grand Master into his own camp. With her help, he would have a great chance of beheading Long Tian. Alliance. The Northern Sha Grand Master fell silent for 3 seconds upon hearing this, then suddenly burst into laughter. He. Ji Shu, oh Ji Shu. What makes you think you can form an alliance with me? Just because you are the young heir of the Ji family. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu shook his head and immediately replied. Just because I am currently your only lifeline. Is that so? The Northern Sha Grand Master, upon hearing this, crossed her arms and looked at Ji Shu with a smile on her face. You, Ji Shu sarcastically said, do you really think you can still hold onto your position as the Grand Master? Do you really think Long Tian doesn't know about your actions in the Imperial Tomb today? If you still think so, then you are truly foolish. What do you mean? The expression on the Northern Sha Grandmaster's face changed slightly. According to common sense, She had made adequate preparations and shouldn't have exposed her identity during her visit to the Northern Sha imperial tomb. But Jishu's words made her doubt, as there were indeed many suspicious points in this matter. The guards in the tomb seemed to have known in advance that she was coming. That was why they had prepared the strange fire to defend against her. Just as her thoughts reached this point, dozens of monarch rank auras appeared outside the Shen's palace. The Emperor's secret guards, the 8 winds and storms, the 10 great generals of Northern Sha. Emperor Long Tian also arrived outside the Shen's palace. Look, what was I saying? Jishu shrugged at the Northern Sha Grand Master. Shut up. The Northern Sha Grand Master glared fiercely at Jishu. At this moment, Emperor Long Tian stood outside the Shen's palace with his hands behind his back and spoke coldly. Grand Master, it is I. Upon hearing this, the Northern Sha Grand Master responded coldly. It is getting late. Is there something you need, Your Majesty? Long Tian, upon hearing this, smiled playfully. We have known each other for many years. I believe the Grand Master understands my intentions. I feel that our relationship should not be limited to that of ruler and subject. At this point, I think our relationship should progress further. Upon hearing this, the Northern Sha Grand Master furrowed her brows slightly and asked coldly. May I ask, Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Simple. The smile on Long Tian's face outside the palace gradually intensified. He stretched lazily, looking very content, and said, although the relationship between ruler and subject is good, but the relationship between husband and wife would be even more perfect. Grand Master, I hope you can become my consort. In the future, I hope we can rule the world together. What do you think? Taking advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, the Northern Sha Grandmaster's face instantly turned pale, and she trembled with anger. If she hadn't been injured tonight, if she were in her prime, she would make Long Tian pay a bloody price. But now, with her heavy injuries, she couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Jishu stood by, resting his head on his hands, watching the scene unfold with a look of amusement. Outside the Shen's palace, seeing no response from the inner chamber, Long Tian lightly laughed and said, Nan Lingyu, in 7 days, I hope you will give me a satisfactory answer. If you refuse then, I will be very disappointed. After speaking, Long Tian turned and left with the group of powerful individuals without looking back. Inside the Shen's palace, the Northern Sha Grand Master, Nan Lingyu, listened to the blatant threat and her face turned pale. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth due to the intense surge of her blood and qi. Jishu, on the other hand, trembled all over, his gaze fixed on the Northern Sha Grand Master. At this moment, his clear eyes were filled with confusion and complexity. Nan Lingyu. This name, it sounds familiar. Jishu muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, the ultimate antagonist in the novel, her name was Nan Lingyu. Oh my goodness, the Northern Sha Grand Master. She is the goddess Nan Lingyu. Jishu took a deep breath, his heart filled with mixed emotions but also boundless excitement. Goddess Ji, Nan Lingyu. After countless years, the era-level great villain. She is an unparalleled existence at the same level as herself. In the future, she will establish the #1 dark organization in the 9 heavens, Kangtian. She and her organization will create an unprecedented dark turmoil. Jishu remembered, in that dark turmoil, she single-handedly destroyed 3,000 star realms, and the blood of billions of cultivators stained the 9 heavens, causing the heavens and earth to weep blood that day. She single-handedly suppressed the 4 major divine realms of the 9 heavens, causing them to hide for 1,000 years, and that day was called the Twilight of the Gods. She single-handedly slaughtered an ancient dynasty, with blood flowing for 30,000 miles, and poison lingering for 3,000 years. She wiped out an ancient forbidden zone alone, using the skull of the Supreme Master of the Forbidden Zone as a wine cup. She is the most ruthless and merciless villain in the novel. Demon God Jishu, Goddess Ji Nan Lingyu. After countless years, they will be called the calamity of the immortals by billions of cultivators in the 9 heavens, the nightmare of the gods. Jishu thought that he would not see the legendary level goddess Ji Nan Lingyu for a long time. But he didn't expect to meet her in this way. However, should he say it or not? This is not a bad thing. Even immortal Emperor Mu Bing can be reborn, but he has to face enemies from the present and the future. So it doesn't seem excessive to form an alliance with a great villain now. However, just as Ji Shu's thoughts were surging and his expression was changing, Nan Lingyu turned her body and looked at Ji Shu, who was staring at her dumbfoundedly, and coldly reprimanded, "Have you seen enough?" Upon hearing this, Ji Shu snapped back to his senses. He silently looked at Nan Lingyu, whose face was pale under the moonlight, with blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. Then he took a deep breath to calm his restless emotions and said very seriously, "I've seen enough. But now you should understand that this is a trap, right? He wants your strange fire. He covets your body. He wants you to go to the imperial tomb. He's forcing you into marriage. All of this has been calculated by him long ago." HMPH. Nan Lingyu snorted coldly, "You don't need to worry about this matter. Wait until I recover from my injuries. No one can force me. Long Tian wants me to marry him. Just a dream. Suit yourself." Ji Shu chuckled and then turned to leave the Shen's palace. He knew that he was already halfway to success at this moment. All he needed to do next was to give Goddess Ji Nan Lingyu some time. Let her personally experience the demonic power of the world-purifying demon flame, rank 3rd on the strange fire list. Then she would naturally come to him. And by then, he would still have the initiative. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder. From tonight onwards, you will be in excruciating pain, and it will only get worse. If you can't bear it, you can come to me. I will give you one last chance. Ji Shu turned his head and smiled slightly at Nan Lingyu. A cultivator who is infected with the demonic poison of the world-purifying demon flame in the legendary level will suffer unbearably. Perhaps she can still barely suppress it with her saint-ranked cultivation for now. But in 3 days at most, she will no longer be able to suppress it. After 7 days, her cultivation will fall to the saint realm. That's why Long Tian gave Nan Lingyu 7 days to consider. Now, apart from himself, no one in the entire northern Xia dynasty can help her, who possesses the immortal devouring demonic technique. Ji Shu, who do you think you're looking down on? What can a mere demonic poison do to me? Nan Lingyu looked at Ji Shu's back and muttered through gritted teeth. As long as you're happy. Ji Shu waved his hand and didn't waste any more words with Nan Lingyu as he turned and left the Shen's palace. Nan Lingyu didn't have much time left. He wanted to see how long this woman could remain stubborn. Meanwhile, as soon as Ji Shu returned to the fallen maple palace in the Ji mansion, he saw Ji Yuyao practicing her steps under the maple tree. "Young master, you're finally back." Upon seeing Ji Shu, the worry between Ji Yuyao's eyebrows instantly disappeared. She had been worried about Ji Shu throughout the night. But fortunately, Ji Shu returned safely in the end. Only then did she finally let go of her hanging heart. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Ji Shu looked at Ji Yuyao with a smile on his face. "His Royal Highness, the young prince, clearly knows. If you don't come back, Ji Yuyao won't be able to sleep." Ji Yuyao's beautiful eyes shimmered like twinkling stars as she stared unblinkingly at Ji Shu. Tisk. Ji Shu shook his head, thinking that this woman was speaking nonsense again. With that, he walked directly towards the palace. The night was not yet over. He needed to make some preparations. For Nan Lingyu, and for the world-purifying demon flame, rank 3rd on the strange fire list. "Your Highness, the young prince. Did you get what you wanted from the palace tonight?" Ji Yuyao curiously asked, following Ji Shu. "Heh." Ji Shu's lips curled slightly as he softly said, "I got everything I should have gotten. And I will also get what I shouldn't have gotten. Even, the young prince has discovered an unexpected joy." "What unexpected joy?" Ji Yuyao asked softly. Ji Shu thought for a moment and then mysteriously smiled. "A woman." Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuyao stood still in place, looking at Ji Shu with dissatisfaction as she softly said, "Your Highness, the young prince. You've learned bad habits. To go to the palace in the middle of the night. Just for a woman." Ji Shu was taken aback by her words. He looked at Ji Yuyao with a smile, thinking, is this woman's thinking too erratic? He clearly said he discovered an unexpected joy. But she made it sound like he went to the palace in the middle of the night to find a woman out of frustration. "Your Highness, the young prince, won't you explain? What kind of woman, that you would call her an unexpected joy?" Ji Yuyao looked at Ji Shu, who remained silent, and continued to ask persistently. A very dangerous and beautiful bad woman. After saying this, Ji Shu sat on the palace bed and slowly closed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyao stood still in place for a long time. She dragged her delicate chin with her jade-like hand, her beautiful face filled with confusion and unease. Very dangerous. A very beautiful bad woman. Could it be the Northern Xia Princess Mu Xuanian, who is a legend at the legendary level? Her thoughts stopped here. Ji Yuyao's mood suddenly became complicated. Well, to put it simply, she was very unhappy. Of course, at this moment, Ji Shu didn't have the intention to explain everything to Ji Yuyao. He opened the system store and without hesitation, spent a large sum of money to buy 2 techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 Essence of Destiny to successfully purchase the technique, Flame Mantra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 Essence of Destiny to successfully purchase the profound technique, Buddha's Wrathful Fire Lotus. Success! Ji Shu's eyes sparkled with a faint light. Now, he already possessed a strange fire, Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. The next step was to successfully refine this Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Although his immortal devouring demonic technique could also devour and refine strange fire. Even if he were to devour and refine the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, it would be almost certain. It seemed that Flame Mantra was completely unnecessary. But that was not the case. This was because he had considered that he would soon seize the world-purifying demon flame, ranked 3rd on the strange fire list, from the Northern Xia Imperial Tomb. So buying Flame Mantra was an absolutely necessary preparation. It should be noted that the power of the world-purifying demon flame contained the power of transcendence. Even saint-rank experts found it extremely difficult to control, let alone refine. According to common sense, for a mere star-gathering realm cultivator to control such a heaven and earth treasure that even saint-rank experts couldn't control was nothing but a pipe dream. But Ji Shu was different. With the immortal devouring demonic technique plus Flame Mantra, devouring and refining in one go, he had a great chance of obtaining this terrifying world-purifying demon flame. So the 3,000 Essence of Destiny spent was definitely worth it. As for Buddha's Wrathful Fire Lotus, it was the most famous divine technique created by the Flame Emperor in the myriad realms. With a strange fire in hand, there would be no enemies he couldn't defeat. The 3,000 Essence of Destiny spent on this was also well worth it. Now, I need to quickly cultivate these 2 techniques. Then, wait for Nan Lingyu to come knocking. Ji Shu smiled faintly. He focused his mind. Cultivation began. 3 days passed in a hurry. In the Imperial Palace of Northern Xia, in front of the Royal Lotus Pond. Emperor Long Tian looked at the full pond of lotus flowers with a smile on his face. In these 3 days, his mood was exceptionally good, and the smile on his face never stopped. Just wait for 4 more days. After 4 days, Nan Lingyu will become my woman. Ha ha ha. Emperor Long Tian laughed heartily 4 times. Seeing His Majesty so happy, the minister of the West Factory, Yu Huatian, echoed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. After 4 days, we can bring the national teacher into the harem. Good. Very good. Emperor Long Tian took a deep breath, his smile even brighter, and his gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction of the Shenxi Palace. At this moment, his majestic eyes were filled with greed and desire. He had coveted Nan Lingyu for more than just a day or 2. Since he first saw Nan Lingyu 8 years ago, he vowed to marry her. Now, he was finally going to fulfill his wish. How could he not be happy? Your Majesty, although this is a good thing. But the national teacher is a saint-rank powerhouse. If she refuses, you still need to be cautious and prepared. Yu Huatian reminded in a low voice. Just wait for 4 more days. Nan Lingyu's cultivation will drop to saint rank. By then, she will have to marry, whether she wants to or not. If she refuses to submit, then even if I have to force her, I will take her down. Be prepared for the worst. She has no chance. When I take her yin essence, I will break through to saint rank in one fell swoop. Then, it will be the time when I truly rule the world. Emperor Long Tian snorted lightly, his face full of hostility and dominance. That's great. Since that's the case, Then I congratulate your majesty in advance. Yu Huatian nodded heavily. The cultivation technique Emperor Long Tian practiced was the top technique of the Northern Xia imperial family, the imperial Sun Saint art. This technique could use female cultivators as a furnace to seize their yin essence and make breakthroughs in cultivation. The higher the cultivation of the female cultivator, the greater the benefits for him. The yin essence of a saint rank woman was enough to allow Long Tian, who was at the peak of the monarch rank, to step into the saint realm. This was also one of the reasons why Long Tian had always regarded Nan Lingyu as an invaluable treasure. He had set his sights on Nan Lingyu a long time ago. The moon was beautiful, and the cicadas chirped. In the Shensi Palace, behind the magnificent screen carved with "Bright Moon Rises Over the Sea," there was an ice pool. The ice pool was as cold as a prison, but it never froze. It was a midsummer night, but the temperature in the palace was as bone-chillingly cold as being on the top of a snow-capped mountain, with a chilling air. Various beautiful ice lotuses covered the surface of the pool. A slender and beautiful figure appeared faintly in the misty cold fog. Outside the palace window, a gentle breeze blew in, causing ripples on the water. The swaying water and the sparkling clear ice reflected the half-exposed slender legs on the water's surface, making them as crystal clear as jade, surpassing all the ice lotuses in the pool. Crack! The palace door was pushed open. A tall figure in a black dress walked into the Shensi Palace. She had a beautiful face, but it exuded a coldness, as well as a sacred and untouchable aura. Just a glance at her would make one feel ashamed of their own inferiority. And she was Mu Xuanian, the Northern Xia princess who was on par with Ji Yuyao. Master, after 4 days, do you really want to marry father? Mu Xuanian's voice trembled slightly as she walked behind the screen and looked at Nan Lingyu, who was bathing in the ice pool, her face full of emotion. After she finished speaking, Nan Lingyu did not respond. At this moment, she was extremely weak. Her beautiful face was pale and filled with pain. Master, if you don't want to, I will go to father and plead for you. If father insists on this, I will do whatever it takes to protect you and take you away from the capital. Mu Xuanian clenched her fists tightly and spoke with determination. She had long known that her father, Long Tian, had intentions towards her master. But she never expected that her father would calculate her master and then shamelessly force her into marriage. This action made her anger and resentment towards her father reach its peak. She knew that her mother was forced to marry Long Tian back then and eventually died in despair. That was why she took her mother's surname, Mu, instead of Long. At this point, she absolutely did not want to see her master suffer the same miserable fate as her mother. Zan Yin, Long Tian has already made all the preparations. You don't need to do these futile things. Nan Lingyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze calm as she looked at Mu Xuanian. But, disciple cannot watch your life be ruined by father. Are you willing to marry father? Mu Xuanian asked in confusion. Upon hearing this sentence, Nan Lingyu's eyebrows furrowed, her silver teeth grinding. She responded with extreme disdain and coldness. Marry Long Tian. What kind of person is he? What is his identity? Is he even worthy? As her words fell, moonlight also fell, revealing an unprecedented murderous intent and raging anger in Nan Lingyu's beautiful eyes. What should we do? Your injuries are so severe. Only 4 days left. We're running out of time. Mu Xuanian anxiously spoke, biting her red lips. Nan Lingyu lowered her eyelids slightly, remaining silent for a while before finally seeming to make a decision. She turned her head to look at Mu Xuanian and weakly said, Xuanian, you go to the Ji family military mansion. Tell Ji Shu, I have agreed to his proposal. Tell him to come to the Shensi Palace immediately to see me. What? Mu Xuanian was stunned for a moment. If she didn't hear it wrong. Her master asked her to go to the Ji family military mansion to find Ji Shu. Could it be that guy can help you? Mu Xuanian looked at Nan Lingyu in astonishment. I don't know, but it seems to be my only chance. Nan Lingyu shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. In these 3 days, she had tried various methods to eliminate the demonic poison in her body. But all she got was excruciating pain. Now she could only sit in the 10,000-year ice pool to barely suppress the demonic poison from erupting and maintain her saint-rank cultivation. If she continued like this, the consequences would be unimaginable once her cultivation fell from the saint rank. So, she only had two choices now. First, while her cultivation was still at the saint rank, she would fight her way out of the imperial palace and escape from the capital. Second, go to the Ji family military mansion and find Ji Shu. She didn't know if Ji Shu could really help her. But her best choice now was to trust Ji Shu. If, by any chance, Ji Shu couldn't save her, then she would choose to kill her way out of the palace and escape from the capital. All right, I will go to the Ji family military mansion immediately. Mu Xuanian nodded heavily and turned to leave. After Mu Xuanian left, Pucci, Nan Lingyu's mouth once again overflowed with blood. Extreme pain swept through her body. She clenched her teeth, but didn't utter a word. But she had to admit that she was reaching her limit. Ji family military mansion. In the fallen maple palace, Ji Shu sat quietly on the bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the strange fire, Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the evolution of flame mantra. Listening to the system prompt in his ears, Ji Shu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he raised his finger and summoned the strange fire. Kai! A cluster of ink blue flames rose up. The temperature in the fallen maple palace suddenly rose. In the blazing flames, even the void showed a slight distortion. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. It's finally successfully refined. Ji Shu smiled with relief. His physique and bloodline were at the 9 stars level, and he possessed divine grade comprehension. Practicing the flame mantra was easy for him. The only dangerous part was refining the strange fire. Now that the strange fire had been successfully refined and the flame mantra had evolved, this was undoubtedly the perfect result. As for the Flame Emperor's unique technique, Buddha's Wrathful Fire Lotus. In essence, this technique was a secret of integrating the strange fire. Now, he had already mastered it. Now, all he needed was to obtain the world-purifying demon flame, rank 3rd on the strange fire list, to perfectly display it. Just then, a tall and graceful woman in a black dress landed in front of the palace gate. She looked at Ji Yuyao, who was leisurely drinking tea under a maple tree outside the fallen maple palace, and said, "Miss Ji Yuyao, please inform him. This princess wants to see Ji Shu." Ji Yuyao, upon hearing this, put down her teacup, stood up, and carefully examined the woman before smiling and saying, "Princess Xuanian, are you so infatuated with our young master? 3 days apart feels like 3 autumns. Our young master is still young and cannot handle such matters. Please restrain yourself." Mu Xuanian. Ji Shu, what the hell is this nonsense? Ji Yuyao. What nonsense are you saying again? Mu Xuanian frowned, her tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. Hee. Ji Yuyao chuckled lightly, her gaze carefully assessing Mu Xuanian before nodding and saying, "Looking at it this way, she is indeed a beautiful and dangerous woman. But even so, she is not worthy of our crown prince." Upon hearing these words, Mu Xuanian couldn't help but feel annoyed. As the princess of Northern Sha, how could she not be worthy of Ji Shu, the young prince of the Ji family? Just then, the palace gates opened. Ji Shu slowly stepped out of fallen maple palace and calmly said to Ji Yuyao, "Yaoer, do not be disrespectful. HMPH. Ji Yuyao snorted, feeling wronged as she looked at Ji Shu and muttered, "The crown prince always bullies me." But even though she said that, she was actually quite happy in her heart. Yaoer, this was the first time Ji Shu called her by this name. Hee. Ji Shu chuckled lightly, shaking his head at Ji Yuyao to indicate that this was a serious matter. Then he shifted his gaze to Mu Xuanian and asked knowingly, "It's getting late. I wonder if princess has any business." Mu Xuanian carefully assessed Ji Shu and said, "Please accompany me to the Divine Strategy Palace. Master wants to see you. It's urgent, please understand." Upon hearing this, Ji Shu raised an eyebrow. As he expected, Nan Lingyu would come looking for him in no more than 3 days. It seems she can't hold on any longer, Ji Shu murmured to himself. Then, his expression slightly changed as he turned around and took Ji Yuyao's hand, saying softly, "Ji Yuyao, listen carefully. I will go to the palace again. Next, you should summon Elder Wei and Ji Yu Jian together. It's time for them to return to the capital. In the past 5 years, Elder Wei first sent Ji Yujian to the most dangerous 10,000 mountains of northern Sha for 2 years of training. Finally, he sent him to the border of northern Sha for 3 years of training. Now, Ji Yujian, as the director of the Intelligence Bureau's most elite assassins, is in control of the entire Military Intelligence Division 5. Considering the unpredictable situation ahead, Ji Shu decided to recall the sharpest sword in his hands. Yes, I understand. Ji Yu Yao nodded. Being as clever as she was, she naturally understood the significance of Ji Shu's actions. This meant that the war between the Ji family and the Northern Sha royal family was officially beginning. I'm leaving. Ji Shu nodded at Ji Yu Yao. Crown Prince. Be careful. Ji Yu Yao looked at Ji Shu seriously and said. Don't worry. Ji Shu smiled lightly, then he and Mu Xuanian went to the Northern Sha palace together. Meanwhile, Ji Shu and Mu Xuanian remained silent on their way to the palace. They exchanged a glance before silently using their body techniques to sneak into the palace. The moonlight was bright, and the stars were shining. In front of the Divine Strategy Palace, the crabapple blossoms bloomed, and the cicadas chirped. Ji Shu, you know how serious my master's injury is, right? Mu Xuanian suddenly stopped and looked at Ji Shu, her eyes filled with confusion. It's not an injury. It's poison. Demonic poison. Ji Shu responded calmly. Then you also know how my master was poisoned. And you know how terrifying this poison is, right? Mu Xuanian continued to ask. I know. So what? Ji Shu furrowed his brows and looked at Mu Xuanian with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what this woman wanted to say. So, can you really save my master? Mu Xuanian frowned at Ji Shu, expressing doubt. The poison in her master is the world-purifying demon flame's demonic poison. Even her master couldn't solve it, so how could a small Ji Shu solve it? So she was worried that Ji Shu would take advantage of the name of treatment to do something inappropriate to her master. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu couldn't be bothered to explain to Mu Xuanian. He sarcastically said, You foolish woman, you. Mu Xuanian was speechless, looking at Ji Shu with an incredulous expression. No one has ever dared to insult her like this before. Ji Shu was the first. What do you mean by, you? You guard the gate outside the palace for me. Without the permission of the Crown Prince, you are not allowed to enter. Ji Shu glanced at Mu Xuanian, then walked towards the Shenxi palace without looking back. Ji Shu, you better do what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, this princess won't spare you. Mu Xuanian warned through gritted teeth. Hey. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu turned his head and taunted Mu Xuanian, saying, Princess, your words don't threaten me at all. So, you better mind your own business. With that, Ji Shu turned around and walked straight into the Shenxi palace without looking back. Clang. As the palace gate closed. HMPH. Mu Xuanian snorted and said, Truly a smooth-talking fellow. Inside the Shenxi palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Ji Shu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Ji Shu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, Truly a smooth-talking fellow. Inside the Shenxi palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Ji Shu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Ji Shu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Ha! Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, truly a smooth-talking fellow. Dot 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 dot. Inside the Shen Ce Palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Jishu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Jishu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Jishu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Ha! Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, truly a smooth-talking fellow. Dot 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 dot. Inside the Shen Ce Palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Jishu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Jishu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Jishu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Ha! Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, truly a smooth-talking fellow. Dot 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 dot. Inside the Shen Ce Palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Jishu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Jishu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Jishu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Ha! Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, truly a smooth-talking fellow. Dot 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 dot. Inside the Shen Ce Palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Jishu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Jishu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Jishu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Ha! Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, truly a smooth-talking fellow. Dot 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 dot. Inside the Shen Ce Palace. The cold air was bone-chilling, as if being on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind a magnificent screen depicting a bright moon over the sea, one could vaguely see an enchanting figure. You've come. A cold and magnetic voice echoed in the sleeping chamber. Jishu locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and responded with a soft sound. This poison, can you really cure it? Nan Lingyu's voice was weak. Try it and you'll know. Jishu responded with a light laugh. All right, depend on you. Upon hearing this, Jishu took a step and entered behind the screen. Clang. As the pool gate closed. Ha! Mu Xuanian snorted lightly and said, truly a smooth-talking fellow. 3 minutes. 3 realms elevated. So this is the power of the pure world devil poison. Jishu was pleasantly surprised. In just 3 short minutes, his cultivation had advanced from the 1st realm of star gathering to the 4th realm of star gathering. It's worth noting that this was the result of the immortal devouring demonic technique purifying the pure world devil poison 100 times and meeting the absorption conditions. It's hard to imagine what kind of qualitative change would occur in his cultivation if he were to refine the pure world devil lotus, ranked 3rd on the strange fire list. It's done. All of Nan Lingyu's pure world devil poison has been completely devoured. Ji Shu's thoughts stopped there. He withdrew his finger from Nan Lingyu's forehead, retreating decisively. For a moment, the two locked eyes. For some reason, the atmosphere fell into a slightly awkward silence. Ahem, ahem. Ji Shu coughed twice, looking at Nan Lingyu with a playful expression and spoke. The devil poison has been resolved. Take a look. I didn't lie to you, did I? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyu's lips curled slightly. She didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes stared straight at Ji Shu for a long time. It was as if she wanted to see through Ji Shu completely. Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Shu frowned. He thought to himself, could Nan Lingyu be plotting something? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tense up. If Nan Lingyu were to go back on her word, the next plan would be troublesome. Nan Lingyu extended her jade finger and tapped Ji Shu's forehead, her tone teasing. I didn't expect this. You little guy, you're quite capable. Hey, Ji Shu chuckled lightly, not responding to Nan Lingyu. He couldn't let this woman know about the immortal devouring demonic technique. Nan Lingyu's eyebrows raised coquettishly, and the playful smile on her peerless face became even more intense. Obviously, she was very curious about Ji Shu. She was a saint-rank powerhouse. How could she not perceive that Ji Shu's cultivation had continuously advanced 3 small realms in just 3 minutes? Clearly, Ji Shu had absorbed her pure world devil poison into his own body to achieve such rapid progress. In just 3 minutes, it was equivalent to 3 years of Ji Shu's arduous cultivation. In her understanding, there was no cultivation technique in the world that could achieve this. Ji Shu had, to some extent, shattered her understanding of cultivation. So for a moment, her curiosity about Ji Shu reached its peak. Just how extraordinary power did Ji Shu possess, and what was the mysterious cultivation technique he practiced? Of course, although she was very curious to find out, she also knew that now was not the time. So she withdrew her gaze, looking at Ji Shu with a smile and asked. All right, tell me, now that we are allies, what do you want me to do for you next? Upon hearing this, Ji Shu extended a finger and responded. It's simple, I have only one request. And, this is a request you absolutely won't refuse. Nan Lingyu casually raised her eyebrows. Oh. Then go ahead and tell me. Who? Ji Shu took a deep breath and then uttered 2 words. Assassinate the emperor. As soon as the words fell, the entire Shenxi palace fell into a brief silence. Upon hearing Ji Shu's request, Nan Lingyu didn't find it surprising. Instead, she felt that it was within her expectations. But she didn't immediately respond to Ji Shu. She lightly tapped the edge of the pool with her jade hand, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Ji Shu didn't rush either, but quietly watched Nan Lingyu. Now, Nan Lingyu and the Northern Sha Emperor, Long Tian, had already torn their faces apart. Even if he didn't make this request, Nan Lingyu's character would make Long Tian pay for his previous actions of forcing her into marriage. So he wasn't worried at all that Nan Lingyu would refuse him. After a while, Nan Lingyu raised her head, her smile disappeared, and she calmly looked at Ji Shu and said. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't let Long Tian off. If you only have this one request, it's unnecessary. After saying that, she got up and left the ice pool. Indeed, a faint light flickered in Ji Shu's eyes. Everything was within his plan. Using someone else's hand to kill. No consequences to bear. This is the best strategy. Just at this moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the system's bounty mission. Bounty mission. Assassinate Emperor Long Tian of Northern Sha. Mission requirement. Assassinate Emperor Long Tian of Northern Sha. Mission reward. 100,000 destiny points. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu was stunned. A system bounty mission. A reward of 100,000 destiny points. 100,000 destiny points. Enough to unlock the 2nd level of the Divine Prohibition. Ji Shu took a deep breath. He didn't expect the bounty mission to be released at this time. And, the bounty was an unprecedented high price. But the problem is, the consequences of killing Emperor Long Tian of Northern Sha are too severe. Behind the Northern Sha royal family is a formidable force, the National Protector Sect. The National Protector Sect is the foundation of the Northern Sha dynasty for thousands of years. The Supreme Emperor of Northern Sha. The Supreme Emperor of Northern Sha. The former top-level experts of the Northern Sha royal family. These retired top-level experts of the Northern Sha royal family are all in the National Protector sect. It can be said that the National Protector sect protects the entire Northern Sha royal family. Or, the National Protector sect is the Northern Sha royal family. This formidable force will take action to eliminate all troubles when the Northern Sha dynasty is destroyed or the emperor falls. He originally planned to use Nan Lingyu to kill Long Tian, using someone else's hand. The consequences would not affect himself or the Ji family. All consequences would be borne by Nan Lingyu. But if he were to kill Long Tian himself, he would face the wrath of the National Protector sect. If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. Ji Shu couldn't help but rub his forehead. Since the bounty mission has already been released, the reward for this mission is 100,000 destiny points. He definitely cannot miss it. Opportunities come only once. So, even if he has to face the National Protector sect, he is willing. His thoughts stopped here. Phew. Ji Shu took a deep breath and then got up and left the ice pool. At this moment, Ji Shu and Nan Lingyu stood side by side in front of the window, and they both remained silent. Moonlight poured onto their solemn faces. Both of them knew how severe the consequences of assassinating Long Tian were. After a while, Ji Shu and Nan Lingyu spoke in unison, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. Long Tian must die. Long Tian must die. As soon as the words fell, they looked at each other and saw the thick killing intent in each other's eyes. I will kill Long Tian. You can rest assured. Nan Lingyu spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu asked in a low voice. When are you planning to make a move? The night before the wedding. Nan Lingyu didn't hide anything. She didn't want to wait until the night of the wedding to take action. That would be an insult to her. I understand. Ji Shu nodded. At this moment, he also began to plan in his mind. The night before the wedding, Nan Lingyu will make a move. How can he personally kill Long Tian without any consequences? Moreover, as the Emperor of Northern Sha, Long Tian's strength is extremely powerful. As far as he knows, Long Tian has reached the peak of the monarch rank in cultivation. In this case, it becomes even more difficult, seemingly impossible, to complete the mission. But, perhaps, it's not completely impossible. Ji Shu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. It was already late when Ji Shu left the Shenxi Palace. After returning to his own sleeping quarters, Ji Shu didn't have time to say much to Ji Yuyao and went straight to sleep. When he woke up, it was already late at night on the second day. He got up, walked out of the sleeping quarters. Ji Shu saw two familiar figures standing quietly in the courtyard of the fallen Maple Palace. An old man in black clothes, with white hair and an ordinary appearance, but his old eyes concealed the experience of countless battles. A young man in black clothes, only 15 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the life soil realm. His posture was upright, like a sharp killing sword. His eyes were filled with a beast-like bloodthirstiness and coldness. It wasn't until he saw Ji Shu that his eyes gradually softened and became gentle. Elder Wei, Ji Yu Jian. Ji Shu smiled slightly and called out the names of the two old friends. Greetings, Your Highness. Elder Wei bowed lightly to Ji Shu. Ji Yu Jian knelt down in front of Ji Shu with a thud and performed a grand salute. Ji Yu Jian. Greetings, Your Highness. At this moment, the bloodthirstiness and coldness in his eyes completely disappeared, leaving only gratitude and piety. He. Ji Yuyao, who was standing aside, couldn't help but smile as she looked at her younger brother. Ji Yu Jian now was almost a different person from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Ji Yu Jian was timid and cowardly. Now, Ji Yu Jian was decisive and had become a qualified killer. He not only avenged their parents, but also became Ji Shu's sharpest sword. At this moment, she was proud of her brother because he was no longer the weak boy who needed to hide behind her. All right, get up. Ji Shu stepped forward and helped Ji Yu Jian up. Then, he looked him up and down, very satisfied, and praised him. 5 years. Life soil third realm. Not bad. Very good. Now, I am satisfied with you. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Ji Yu Jian gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, his eyes slightly red. After 5 years, he finally gained Ji Shu's recognition. In this moment, he felt that all the suffering and bloodshed of these years had been worth it. These 5 years, he had been to the most dangerous 10,000 mountains and grown through countless battles with ferocious monsters. He had also been to the border of northern Sha and encountered numerous cultivators, experiencing life and death in their battles, finally becoming a qualified warrior. Finally, with the help of Jishu and Elder Wei, he completely wiped out the forces that slaughtered his family, avenging their great grudge. Now, he just wanted to stand by Jishu and his sister Ji Yu Yao. He wanted to fulfill his promise and become Jishu's sharpest sword, killing all enemies for Jishu. This seemed to have become his only wish and meaning of living. Your Highness, this kid is really good. In these 5 years, no matter how many injuries he suffered, he never complained. He wholeheartedly completed the tasks you assigned, no matter how difficult they were. In these 5 years, he has broken more than 100 swords. This kid is the most satisfactory disciple I have had so far. Your judgment is truly correct. Elder Wei patted Ji Yujian's shoulder with a smile on his face. 5 years ago, he doubted whether Ji Yujian could withstand his devilish training. But later, he found that his worries were unnecessary. In his eyes, Ji Yujian had an indomitable fighting spirit and great perseverance. Even if Ji Yujian didn't have a supreme bone, he would still become a powerful warrior. Hehe. Jishu smiled slightly and immediately opened the system store. He generously spent 600 destiny points to buy a famous sword. Here, I hope this sword will accompany you in the future and slay all enemies. Jishu handed the newly purchased famous sword to Ji Yujian. As he took the sword, Ji Yujian immediately sensed the powerful and fierce aura emanating from it. Just in an instant, he fell madly in love with this sword. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful sword he has ever seen, and it is also the most suitable sword for him. For a moment, he couldn't help but bow deeply to Jishu with a determined tone. Thank you, Your Highness, for gifting me this sword. In the future, I will definitely not let you down. Hehe. Jishu nodded with a smile. He had never doubted Ji Yujian's ability. Young Your Highness, I wonder what this sword is called. This servant seems to be seeing it for the first time. Guardian looked at the abyss rainbow in Ji Yujian's hand and couldn't help but nod in admiration. Abyss rainbow. Jishu responded solemnly. Who? Guardian couldn't help but take a deep breath and exclaimed to himself. Abyss rainbow. What a good sword. It truly is a good sword. All right. Jishu waved his hand and said. Let's get to the point. Tomorrow night, I have a task for you. Upon hearing this, Ji Yujian and Guardian's expressions instantly became serious, and their eyes turned to Jishu. Tomorrow night, Long Tian will die. Jishu spoke calmly and directly. As soon as the words fell, Ji Yu Yao, Ji Yujian, and Guardian. All 3 of them were stunned in place. Long Tian, the Emperor of Northern Sha, will die tomorrow night. Young Your Highness, what do we need to do? Ji Yujian didn't ask much. He wholeheartedly believed in Jishu. Since Jishu said that Long Tian will die, then this Emperor of Northern Sha will definitely die. Therefore, he only cared about what task Jishu had given him. Tomorrow night, all the strong in the Imperial Palace will be occupied. Guardian will be the commander to oversee the overall situation in the capital. Ji Yujian, I want you to lead your military intelligence division to eliminate the number 1 underground force in the capital, the 10 Blades Legion. Finally, Ji Yu Yao will take over all the underground forces in the capital. This is our best opportunity. We must not let it slip away. Jishu said calmly. The military intelligence division already controlled the 8 major underground forces of the Northern Sha dynasty. Now, only the 10 Blades Legion, supported by the Eastern Factory in the capital, remained uncontrolled. But since the assassination of the Emperor was already destined for tomorrow night, naturally, they had to take advantage of the chaos in the capital tomorrow night and seize control of the most powerful underground force in the capital. If they successfully controlled the 10 Blades Legion, then the entire underground forces of the Northern Sha dynasty would be in their hands. Understood. Guardian and Ji Yujian both nodded solemnly. Young Your Highness, if we go to control the underground forces in the capital, what about you? Ji Yu Yao asked curiously. Hehe. Jishu chuckled lightly, his gaze deep and meaningful as he looked towards the direction of the Northern Sha Imperial Palace and murmured. Tomorrow night, I will go to the Imperial Palace. Ji Yu Yao, Guardian, Ji Yu Jian, truly worthy of being our young Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu smiled, shook his head without explaining much, and just looked at the bright moon in the sky, whispering to himself. It's also time to bring it to an end. Chapter 39. Time passes quickly. The night of the second day quickly arrives. Tonight, Kyoto is as lively as usual, without any unusual atmosphere. But tonight, the Northern Sha Imperial Palace is extremely quiet. The Imperial Dragon Hall in the Northern Sha Palace is brightly lit and extremely majestic. 9 eternal lamps burn inside the main hall. In the inner hall, Emperor Long Tian paces back and forth with a gloomy and extremely uneasy expression. After a moment, he stops and looks at the minister of the Eastern Factory, Yu Huatian, and asks in a low voice. Last night, did Princess Zan Yin really take the young prince of the Ji family to the Shenxi Palace? Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian nods and responds. Reporting to Your Majesty, last night, Princess Zan Yin indeed took Ji Shu to the Shenxi Palace. And they stayed in the Shenxi Palace for a full 2 hours before leaving. Upon hearing this, Emperor Long Tian's brow furrows deeply. Something is not right. There is something off about this. He looks at Yu Huatian, his voice low. Your Majesty, are you worried that the Grand Preceptor will form an alliance with the Ji family? Yu Huatian speaks with a sinister tone. No, Nan Lingyu will not form an alliance with the Ji family. And the Ji family will not casually form an alliance with Nan Lingyu. And even if they do form an alliance, Nan Lingyu will not choose Ji Shu, the young prince of the Ji family. That brat is only 8 years old, he cannot represent the Ji family. Emperor Long Tian's thoughts are clear. If it's not an alliance, then what could it be? Yu Huatian is very puzzled. I don't know, but there is someone who knows. Emperor Long Tian's face darkens, and a cold light flashes in his eyes like a vulture. He speaks in a chilling tone. Yu Huatian, go. Go and bring Zan Yin to me. I want to see what they are up to. And, if the plan goes smoothly, Nan Lingyu should have already fallen to the Saint Realm. Tonight, I will make Nan Lingyu mine. To prevent any more dreams in the long night. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian doesn't hesitate and turns around to summon Princess Mu Xuanian to the Shenxi Palace. But, it is at this moment. The palace gates open. A graceful figure in a simple white dress enters the palace. She exudes a pure temperament and possesses an exquisite beauty. It is none other than Princess Mu Xuanian of Northern Sha. Princess, Yu Huatian is surprised to see her. He didn't expect Mu Xuanian to come on her own initiative. Minister Yu, are you surprised to see this princess? Mu Xuanian looks at Yu Huatian without joy or sorrow and asks. He. Yu Huatian smiles and shakes his head in response. Not really. Your arrival is timely, princess. His Majesty is waiting for you. HMPH. Mu Xuanian snorts lightly upon hearing this and walks straight into the inner hall, bowing slightly to Emperor Long Tian. Father Emperor, your daughter has arrived. Emperor Long Tian looks at Mu Xuanian, who has come uninvited, and a sense of unease rises in his heart. But he still manages to squeeze out a smile, speaking in a gentle and kind tone. Zan Yin, you came just in time. I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Perhaps this is the connection between us, father and daughter. Mu Xuanian sneers and then speaks. Father Emperor. If you have something to say, just say it. All right. Emperor Long Tian, with a smile on his face, gets straight to the point and asks. Zan Yin, I heard that you took the young prince of the Ji family to the Shenxi Palace last night. Can you tell me why? Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanian falls silent for a moment before speaking. Father Emperor, Master does not want to marry you. So, she asked her disciple to find Ji Shu. Oh. Is that so? Emperor Long Tian's eyebrows twitch, and a dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. He smirks and asks with a playful tone. So, does your master think that Ji Shu and the Ji family military mansion can help her? Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanian shakes her head in response. That is my master's business. Your daughter is not very clear about it. I see. Emperor Long Tian nods and then calmly asks. Zan Yin, I heard that your master suffered a serious injury. And her cultivation has fallen to the Saint Realm. Do you know about this? Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanyan's gaze becomes even colder. She is not an idiot, naturally able to hear that Long Tian is still using her to inquire about her master's news. She remained silent for a moment, lowered her head, and asked, Father Emperor. Master does not want to marry you. Can you let her go? Long Tian was stunned by her words. Then he angrily glared at Mu Xuanyan and scolded, You idiot. Do you know what you're saying? My affairs don't need your interference. Father Emperor. Mu Xuanyan suddenly raised her head, gritted her teeth, and said word by word, Daughter just doesn't want to see Master end up like the Empress. Please reconsider, Father Emperor. Rebellious daughter. Long Tian was furious, and he slapped Mu Xuanyan's pretty face. Smack. Mu Xuanyan's mouth overflowed with blood. In her beautiful eyes that looked at Long Tian, there was a sense of brokenness. Just now, Long Tian's slap shattered the last trace of her feelings for him. Get out, I don't want to see you. Long Tian's voice was cold. Father Emperor, you will die tonight. Mu Xuanyan looked at Long Tian expressionlessly and spoke. After saying these words, 2 lines of clear tears fell from her eyes. But she also felt a sense of relief and unprecedented ease and joy. As soon as she finished speaking, boom, a loud noise. The Imperial Dragon Hall shook violently. The entire northern Sha Palace was engulfed in flames. The sound of weapons clashing. The sound of blood splattering. The sound of desperate screams echoed throughout the sky. What have you done? Long Tian's gaze trembled. A very bad premonition surged in his heart. He. Mu Xuanyan chuckled and said, Father Emperor, if you're so curious, why don't you go out and see for yourself? Upon hearing this, Long Tian glared at Mu Xuanyan and hurriedly rushed out of the Imperial Dragon Hall. And what he saw in front of him completely shocked him. The vast palace, in chaos, blood everywhere, fighting everywhere, the sound of roaring and screaming was incessant. This was no longer the majestic palace of ordinary days, it had clearly become a battlefield of blood. At this moment, Yu Ha Tian, the chief of the West Factory, came to Long Tian's side with an ugly expression and said, Your Majesty. The Imperial Guards have rebelled. Half of your secret guards have also rebelled. Hundreds of assassins have been deployed in the mortal world and are wreaking havoc in the palace. And 4 of our northern Shah's top 10 generals have fallen. Long Tian trembled with anger. He turned his head and glared at Mu Xuanyan, gritting his teeth and said, Mu Xuanyan. You despicable woman. You and your mother are both worthless sluts who deserve to die. Ha ha ha. Mu Xuanyan laughed. She looked at Long Tian, who was furious and desperate, and laughed from the bottom of her heart. Talking about being despicable, how can my mother and I be as despicable as you? Do you know how despicable you are? Over the years, how many women have you destroyed? Over the years, how many women have you taken into the harem and treated them like garbage, letting them die like trash? To tell you the truth, out of your 3,000 concubines, now 2,800 want you dead. Rebellious daughter. Long Tian roared with clenched teeth. At this moment, his nails deeply pierced into his palms, and drops of blood fell to the ground. Tonight, when I quell the rebellion, you and your accomplices, and those slutty women who participated in tonight's rebellion, I will dig out your hearts, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes. Long Tian glared at Mu Xuanyan, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared in a low voice like a wounded beast. Just with you. Mu Xuanyan looked at Long Tian disdainfully. Yu Ha Tian, immediately dig out this slut's heart for me. And turn her into a human stick. Long Tian gave a cold and ruthless order with bloodshot eyes. And at this moment, in the sky, footsteps could be heard. These were the sounds of high heels stepping on the ground. A woman. She wore a black phoenix-patterned long dress, her hands behind her back, step by step, walking towards the Imperial Dragon Palace. And behind her, there were corpses all over the ground. These corpses were all powerful people who died at her hands, and thick blood splattered all over the ground. She walked on the moonlight, stepping on the blood, and the beautiful moonlight fell on her unparalleled and cold pretty face, like a goddess of the prosperous era. From the moment she appeared, everything in this world seemed to become her background. She looked at Long Tian with a cold gaze, her red lips slightly lifted, and with a cold smile, she said, Long Tian. Your life. I'll take it. Palace chaos. Great chaos in the capital. Millions of people and monks in the capital trembled as they looked towards the direction of the palace. Tonight, no one could have imagined that something would happen in the palace. According to reason, if something happened in the palace, then the Iron Pagoda army stationed outside Kyoto should have entered the palace immediately to suppress the rebellion. But the Iron Pagoda army of the Ji family seems to show no signs of mobilizing. It's not just the Iron Pagoda army. Even the leaders of the major forces in Kyoto have remained silent. Northern Sha Royal Academy, Northern Sha Inspection Institute, Northern Sha Kyoto 6 departments, Northern Sha Imperial Guards, Hulong Mountain Villa, Genyu Prison, Dali Temple. ... All these directly affiliated forces of the imperial power have shown no action. The leaders of Kyoto seem to have turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the rebellion in the Northern Sha Palace. This silence has shocked all the monks and people in Kyoto. ... Ji Mansion in Kyoto. Ji Shu sat in the fallen maple palace, smiling, looking at his grandmother Muwa, and brewed a cup of tea for her. Little one, tell me, how did you make the forces in Kyoto obey you? Muwa looked at Ji Shu with a smile. It's simple. My military intelligence department has collected the secrets of 108 leaders in Kyoto over the years. Ji Shu responded with a smile. That's not enough. Muwa shook her head. Although the secrets of the leaders in Kyoto are powerful, they are definitely not enough to make them stand with the Ji family at this time. Of course it's not enough. But what if I tell them that Long Tian will die tonight? And he will die at the hands of a saint-rank powerhouse. Besides, I didn't ask them to kill Long Tian. I just asked them to stand by and protect their own lives tonight. In that case, what reason do they have to intervene in this matter? Ji Shu said with a smile. Borrowing the tiger's might. Muwa nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then there's no problem. The major forces in Kyoto all have powerful leaders. But the problem is that none of them can reach the saint rank. And all the cultivators on the entire continent know one thing. Below the saint rank, they are all ants. Tell me, how did you get involved with the national teacher of Northern Sha? Muwa pinched Ji Shu's cheek and asked. The national teacher of Northern Sha is one of the most stunning and terrifying people she has ever seen. She never expected that her precious grandson could stand on the same side as the national teacher of Northern Sha. This truly surprised her. Well, about a week ago. Ji Shu didn't hide anything and told the truth. Hiss. Muwa took a deep breath and said, "You're quite bold." Just lucky. Ji Shu shrugged. If Nan Lingyu hadn't been injured, and Long Tian hadn't forced a marriage, he really wouldn't have had anything to do with Nan Lingyu. One last question. If Long Tian dies, if the National Protector sect blames you, what will you do? Muwa looked at Ji Shu with piercing eyes and asked the most important question. Grandmother, the national teacher of Northern Sha killed Long Tian. What does it have to do with me, Ji Shu? We, like most people in the capital, simply failed to save the emperor in time. What do you think? Ji Shu spread his hands innocently. You little fox, your thinking is becoming more and more meticulous. Muwa laughed and scolded, then gently touched Ji Shu's head and whispered. It's getting late. Rest early. After tonight, the capital, no, the entire Northern Sha dynasty will experience a major earthquake. In response to this, our Ji family must also make sufficient preparations. After saying that, she left Fallen Maple Palace with great satisfaction. Obviously, her grandson had considered everything, so she didn't need to ask anything else. As for what Ji Shu would do next, she naturally didn't need to ask either. She just had to choose to believe. As for the National Protector sect, she had to admit that Ji Shu did a great job. This move tonight, Ji Shu had bound the forces and big shots of the entire capital together. Even if the National Protector sect had extraordinary abilities, they couldn't catch any handle on the Ji family. After all, everyone was just an onlooker. Who was cleaner than whom? Who was more noble? Even if saint-rank experts took action, what could the Ji family do? All right, grandmother, rest early too. After bidding farewell to his grandmother Muwa, Ji Shu sat back on the stone stool and drank tea. At this moment, 3 figures appeared beside him. Young lord, when should we make a move? Wei Lao asked in a low voice. Let's do it now. Ji Shu waved his hand. Now that Nan Lingyu had made her appearance, it was certain that the powerful figures in the palace were already stretched thin. Now was the best time for the military intelligence department to take control of the underground forces in the capital. Yes. Upon hearing this, Ji Yujian turned into a blur and disappeared into Fallen Maple Palace. Behind him were a large number of shadows. These people were all top assassins from the 5th Department of Military Intelligence. They had trained for many years on the border of Northern Sha and were the elites among the elites. Wei Lao, you go too. Tonight, you will be in charge of controlling the situation. Ji Shu casually ordered. Yes. Wei Lao nodded and quietly disappeared into the night. Young lord, it seems like the 10 Blades Legion is finished. Ji Yu Yao smiled and spoke. Hee. Ji Shu also smiled faintly. If the elite forces of the 5th Department of Military Intelligence were all deployed, along with Wei Lao controlling the situation. Without the support of the West Factory and the Northern Sha royal family, the 10 Blades Legion, the #1 underground force in the capital, would indeed not be able to hold on. Young lord, when will you enter the palace? Ji Yu Yao asked with some concern. Soon. Ji Shu looked towards the direction of the Northern Sha Palace, his clear eyes filled with flickering flames as he whispered softly. He was still waiting. Not long after, when an old figure appeared above the palace. When the aura of a saint rank swept across the entire capital and even the entire world. Ji Shu suddenly stood up and said to Ji Yu Yao, "It's time." After saying that, he displayed the star god's shattered shadow and turned into specks of starlight, leaving Fallen Maple Palace. He headed towards the Northern Sha Palace. Watching Ji Shu's figure disappear into the distance, Ji Yu Yao bit her lip and whispered with a worried expression on her face. My young lord, you must be careful. However, Ji Shu secretly sneaked into the Northern Sha Imperial tomb while using the Star God Shadow technique. Outside the Imperial Palace of Northern Sha, in front of the Imperial Dragon Hall, Nan Lingyu stood with her hands behind her back, her cold and icy gaze fixed on the old man in a hemp robe standing on the Imperial Dragon Hall, mocking him. You old thing, meeting again. I hope you're doing well. Her cold and magnetic voice echoed through the sky. A terrifying saint rank pressure descended. The faces of all the cultivators present turned pale. In front of Nan Lingyu and this mysterious old man, there was no doubt that they were a group of the most lowly and weak ants. With just a snap of their fingers, the two powerhouses could easily wipe them out in an instant. Master Guoshi, you've gone too far. The old man in the hemp robe shook his head as he looked at the bodies scattered on the ground and spoke to Nan Lingyu. Gone too far. Nan Lingyu's lips curled up in a mocking smile at his words. She looked at the old man in the hemp robe with interest and coldly questioned. What do you mean by, gone too far? If I hadn't restored my saint rank cultivation, the outcome now would surely be as miserable as the 3,000 concubines of the emperor. So, what qualifications do you have to say that I've gone too far? Sigh. Upon hearing this, the old man in the hemp robe sighed and then looked at Nan Lingyu with a determined gaze. No matter the reason, Long Tian did not succeed, did he? Besides, Master Guoshi, you have also killed many people tonight. It's better to stop here. HMPH. Nan Lingyu shook her head and chuckled lightly. The mockery on her stunningly beautiful face became even more intense. She lightly opened her red lips and said coldly. Stop here. All right. After I kill Long Tian, then we'll stop. How about that? As soon as she finished speaking, the old man in the hemp robe's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Nan Lingyu, you're being insolent, plotting to kill the emperor in the Northern Sha Imperial Palace. Do you really think you're invincible? Hey. Nan Lingyu lowered her head and laughed softly. The mockery on her peerlessly beautiful face became even more intense. Invincible? Not quite, but killing an old thing like you is not a problem. After saying that, she raised her hand and drew out a strange-looking long sword from the void, radiating a world-shattering crimson light. In the instant the long sword appeared, the temperature of the entire world suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. The faint and terrifying aura of slaughter made everyone present shiver. Kill. Nan Lingyu opened her red lips, stepped on the shattered void, and soared into the air, carrying the bright moon on her back, with the sword pointing straight at Long Tian. Elder Tai Shang, save me. Long Tian's pupils contracted as he shouted for help from the old man in the hemp robe. The pressure and killing intent of a saint-rank expert forced him to put aside his dignity. Your Majesty, you go first. Go to the Imperial Tomb and activate the teleportation array. Summon the saint-rank powerhouse of our national protector sect to the capital. The old man in the hemp robe came to Long Tien's side and reminded him in a low voice, then pushed Long Tien behind him. He could sense that Nan Lingyu's strength and cultivation were even more terrifying than their first encounter. The first time, he barely managed to repel Nan Lingyu by relying on the unsealing of the world-purifying demon flame. But today, he didn't have the world-purifying demon flame with him. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold off Nan Lingyu for long. So, letting Long Tien seek help from the National Protector sect was the only way to resolve the crisis tonight. After saying that, he summoned a bronze halberd, surrounded by a green holy light, and flew up to confront Nan Lingyu. Boom, 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 boom. In the high sky, a battle between saint-rank powerhouses erupted. Terrifying energy fluctuations caused thunderous sounds. The surface of the Northern Sha Imperial Palace cracked open like a spider web. All the cultivators present retreated in a frenzy with pale faces. It must be noted that this was a battle between saint-rank experts. Just the residual shockwaves from the battle could severely injure or even kill them. In a shadowy corner of the Northern Sha Imperial Palace, Ji Shu looked at the two saint-rank powerhouses standing in the sky with some trepidation. In the sky, the crimson light and the green light each occupied half of the sky, and even the ethereal and pure moon was splashed with two dazzling halos. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in his ears once again. Ji Shu looked up at the two saint-rank figures in the sky, shivering involuntarily and murmuring to himself. Below the saint rank, all are ants. This statement is not wrong. After speaking, he shook his head and forcibly suppressed the palpitations in his heart, scanning the palace with his gaze to find Long Tien's whereabouts. Tonight, Long Tien was his primary target. He absolutely couldn't let Long Tien live past tonight. Just then, he noticed that Long Tien, under the protection of Yu Huatian, was fleeing towards the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb. There's another West Factory official, Yu Huatian. Ji Shu frowned tightly. He now had a soul-killing nail in his hand, capable of killing all strong individuals below the saint rank. However, one soul-killing nail could only kill one person. If he killed Long Tien, he wouldn't be able to deal with Yu Huatian. As his mind raced, thinking about how to escape from Yu Huatian's clutches after assassinating the emperor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure quietly following Long Tien and Yu Huatian towards the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb. Nan Lingyu's personal disciple, the Northern Sha princess, Mu Xuanian. Ji Shu's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, Mu Xuanian also harbored deep hatred towards Long Tien. And obviously, Mu Xuanian must be Nan Lingyu's backup plan. This is getting interesting. Ji Shu's mouth curled slightly as he immediately activated the Star God's Shattered Shadow and headed towards the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb. Deep within the underground palace of the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb, on an altar carved with ancient runes, an extremely strange fire bloomed with dazzling red light. And wisps of black mist rose from it. This strange fire was none other than the world-purifying demon flame, ranked third on the strange fire list. Boom! The doors of the underground palace opened. Long Tien and Yu Huatian stumbled and rushed into the underground palace in a sorry state. Only when they saw this strange fire did their minds finally settle, and they let out a long sigh of relief. Your Majesty, we were really lucky this time. Yu Huatian exclaimed with lingering fear. The pressure and pursuit of a saint-rank expert were terrifying to him. Nan Lingyu is truly a madwoman. Long Tien muttered with a dark expression. He never expected that Nan Lingyu would directly invade the palace and try to take his life without considering any consequences. Yeah, this woman is truly the craziest and most incomprehensible woman I've ever seen in my life. Yu Huatian took a deep breath. At this moment, he couldn't help but shudder when he recalled Nan Lingyu's cold gaze. This woman had no fear of imperial power and didn't care about the consequences of her actions. In short, Nan Lingyu was a taboo-free lunatic. So what if she's crazy? When the big shots of my national protector sect arrive, how big of a splash can she make? By then, I will crush her to dust. And then turn Mu Xuanian into a human stick. Long Tian spoke with a chilling tone. Ah, Yu Huatian sighed and said, Your Majesty, let's activate the formation quickly. And inform the Supreme Elder of the National Protector sect as soon as possible. That woman Nan Lingyu is too crazy, I'm afraid the Supreme Elder won't be able to handle her. Makes sense. Long Tian nodded and walked to an ancient formation behind the altar. The formation was not large, but it was surrounded by high-level Northern Sha runes. This was a teleportation array that led directly to the most mysterious National Protector sect of Northern Sha. As long as the teleportation array was activated, the big shots of the National Protector sect would step into the Imperial tomb within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Just as he was about to activate the teleportation array with his hands clasped together, a clear voice sounded in the underground palace. Father Emperor, today, you and I must settle things. Upon hearing this voice, Long Tian and Yu Huatian turned their heads to look outside the underground palace. At this moment, Mu Xuanian slowly walked into the underground palace. You insolent woman, do you really seek death? Long Tian's face completely darkened. He couldn't understand who gave Mu Xuanian, a star-gathering realm cultivator, the audacity and courage to chase after him alone. He. Mu Xuanian laughed heartily when she heard that. She looked at Long Tian as if she was looking at a fool and spoke softly. The Northern Sha Imperial Tomb. World-purifying demon flame. Teleportation array. All of this is under the control of my master. Today, not only can you not kill me, I'm afraid you will also perish here today. As her voice fell, Long Tian's face suddenly changed. Yu Tian's face also became extremely ugly. If all of this was within Nan Lingyu's expectations, then it wouldn't be surprising for Mu Xuanian to dare to chase after them to the Imperial tomb. You, what do you mean by this? Long Tian's voice trembled as he asked. Mu Xuanian chuckled lightly, looking at Long Tian's terrified expression with satisfaction. Then, she took out a crystal bottle from her storage ring. The crystal bottle was crystal clear, with a drop of golden red blood floating inside. This is. Yu Tian stared at the blood in the bottle with a dazed expression. Then, as if he remembered something, his face suddenly changed and he took 3 steps back. Saint rank essence blood, Long Tian exclaimed. Below the saint rank, all are ants. This sentence is recognized by billions of cultivators on the continent. And a drop of saint rank essence blood is the full power attack of a saint realm expert. This is Mu Xuanian's reliance, the trump card given to her by Nan Lingyu. Father Emperor, Mu Xuanian looked at Long Tian with a cold expression and said. Now that you've recognized it, then go to hell. After speaking, Mu Xuanian's face turned stern and she threw the crystal bottle out. Crack, the crystal bottle shattered in the air. The drop of golden red blood inside exploded suddenly. The aura of the saint rank instantly swept through the void. Clang, 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 a dazzling golden red light bloomed in the palace. The terrifying power of the saint rank caused a 100-jong-wide storm of light to sweep out. At the same time, hundreds of mysterious runes dyed with raging flames lit up on the surface of the palace. Sizzle. The sound of burning runes was like the sound of boiling water. If it weren't for these runes absorbing most of the saint rank energy in the palace, the Imperial tomb would have been leveled in an instant. But even so, there was still a lot of saint rank energy overflowing like ripples of water. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible energy ripples caused several 100-meter-high mountains outside the Imperial tomb to explode in an instant. More than 100 ancient trees were directly snapped in half. After a moment, when the saint rank energy was almost exhausted, the dust in the Imperial tomb dissipated. Only Yu Tian lay on the ground, blackened all over. His meridians were shattered, and his bones had turned into ancient debris, leaving only a blood-stained skin on the ground. He, the prestigious chief of the Western Factory, was already dead beyond death at this moment. It's over. Finally over. Mu Xuanian looked up, closed her eyes, and murmured silently. And at this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Xuanian, the Emperor is unwilling to let you die. Upon hearing this voice, Mu Xuanian suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Long Tian in disbelief. At this moment, Long Tian was covered in wounds, disheveled, and extremely pale. Blood occasionally overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Although he was seriously injured, he managed to survive. How is this possible? Mu Xuanyan's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you think you're the only one with saint rank essence blood? Do you think your master is the only saint rank expert? Have you forgotten? Your grandfather is also a saint rank expert. Long Tian sneered. That's right. He also had a drop of saint rank essence blood. This drop of saint rank essence blood was left to him by the previous emperor of Northern Sha, the current supreme emperor of Northern Sha, when he became a saint. Although this drop of saint rank essence blood had lost a lot of its power over the years, it was enough to save his life. You idiot! I'll fight you to the death. Mu Xuanyan scolded, and a light of star-gathering radiated from her beautiful eyes. She drew a silver longsword and stabbed directly at Long Tian's heart. Hey! Long Tian coldly smiled and flicked his finger. Crack! The longsword shattered into hundreds of pieces. Then, Long Tian raised his hand and pierced through the void, directly pinching Mu Xuanyan's neck, and asked coldly. Xuanyan, what else do you have to say? HMPH. Mu Xuanyan gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with stubbornness. Long Tian, if you have the ability, kill me. By the way, I can go accompany my mother. At this moment, she felt a sense of despair. After all, as a newly promoted cultivator in the star-gathering realm, how could she be a match for Long Tian, who had reached the peak of the monarch rank with his cultivation? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Long Tian's mouth. He looked at Mu Xuanyan's cold and beautiful face and slowly spoke with an interesting tone. Zan Yin, killing you would be too cheap. But, I have to say, you have really grown up, and you are becoming more and more like your mother. Get lost. You have no right to mention my mother. Mu Xuanyan glared fiercely at Long Tian and scolded him in a stern voice. Fine, if you don't want me to mention it, I won't. But, I really miss your mother. How about you take her place? Long Tian smirked evilly, his gaze towards Mu Xuanyan filled with desire. You, beast! Mu Xuanyan's body trembled. She thought that Long Tian would kill her. But she never expected him to be so heartless. Ha ha ha. Next, you can struggle. You can scream. But I won't stop. Long Tian became more excited as he spoke. And at this moment, a crisp applause sounded from the deep underground palace. Clap 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 clap. Upon hearing this sound, Long Tian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, besides him and Mu Xuanyan, there was actually someone else in the underground palace. Who is it? Long Tian released his grip on Mu Xuanyan's neck and looked around cautiously. Just then, a cold and slightly immature voice sounded. Wonderful, wonderful, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince knows that you are shameless. But I didn't expect you to be this shameless. Tisk tisk tisk. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? As the voice fell, a slender figure walked out from a shadow in the underground palace. Ji Shu. Mu Xuanyan looked at the person and inexplicably felt a strange sense of security in her heart. The Crown Prince of the Ji family. Ji Shu. Long Tian frowned and spoke coldly to Ji Shu. Your Majesty. Nice to meet you. Hello. Ji Shu waved his hand as a greeting to Long Tian. Good. Very good. It seems that I have gained a lot today. If you had stayed in the Ji mansion and not come out, I might not have been able to do anything to you. But today, you dare to intrude into the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb, and I won't let you off. If you die in the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb, I believe the Divine Ice Palace will have nothing to say. Long Tian grinned and took a step forward. Boom. The terrifying aura of the peak of the monarch rank erupted. Invisible energy ripples spread in the void, and the temperature suddenly rose. Behind him, a blazing sun slowly rose. This was the manifestation of him pushing the Emperor Sun scripture to its limit. Hey, Ji Shu's mouth curled up slightly. He showed no fear and spoke with an interesting tone. Your Majesty, is it really going to be like this? As he spoke, he slowly opened his palm. At this moment, a black iron nail appeared in his hand. The iron nail was simple and unadorned, with no remarkable features. But the moment Long Tian saw the iron nail, a chill ran down his spine and reached his forehead. For a moment, a deep fear from the depths of his soul spread throughout his body. What is this? Long Tian's gaze trembled as he looked at Ji Shu, his teeth chattering. He could sense the terrifying power emanating from the black iron nail in Ji Shu's hand. The chilling feeling all over his body gave him a sense of impending doom. Guess Ji-Shu's clear eyes radiated killing intent. He activated the power of the star-gathering realm and pointed the soul-devouring nail at Long Tien. Clang! The black iron nail turned into a tiny and profound beam of light that shot out instantly. At the moment the light appeared, even the space trembled. Long Tien had just uttered a word when his voice abruptly stopped. The profound light, in a strangely and completely illogical speed, swept across his neck. He didn't even have time to react, but he felt a coolness on his neck. Instinctively, he reached out and touched it, only to find that blood had soaked his fingers in an instant. Die! Ji-Shu calmly uttered 2 words. Splat! Long Tien's head flew high into the air. Blood spurted out like a fountain from his neck, splashing 4 or 5 meters high. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the reward mission, Emperor's Assassination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward mission 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the reward mission, Assassinate the Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Listening to the sound of the system prompt in his ears, Ji-Shu's tightly wound heart finally relaxed. Subconsciously, he opened the system panel. Name: Ji-Shu. Age: 8 years old. Identity: Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Established organization: Military Intelligence Department. Cultivation: Star-gathering 4th realm. Bloodline constitution: Divine Heart Demon Bone Demonic Advent successfully activated. Divine Prohibition Awakening Condition: 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Immortal Ash Awakening Condition: 1,000,000 Essence of Destiny. Cultivation techniques: Immortal Devouring Demonic Technique cultivated to the 3rd realm Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand Advanced Star God Shattered Shadow Beginner. Weapons: Great Principal Sword Fetus, Ghost Flute Sentiment. Essence of Destiny: 104,800 points. Fate level: Red 9 lives. System store: Opened. Task system: Opened. Warehouse: Soul Seizing Trilogy Requiem of Souls, Soul Plundering Sonata, Summoning Elegy Ice God Jade Divine Ice Palace Token. System prompt: More information can be expanded. I finally earned 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Divine Prohibition: I can finally awaken. Ji-Shu let out a sigh of relief, his emotions at this moment exceptionally excited. Without hesitation, he immediately began to awaken the 2nd level of the killing realm he had long coveted, Divine Prohibition. Ding! System prompt: Awakening the 2nd level of the killing realm, Divine Prohibition requires consuming 100,000 Essence of Destiny, please confirm again, host. Open. Ji-Shu didn't hesitate at all. In the universe of the Shrouded Heaven, Divine Prohibition was a forbidden domain where only the ancient great emperors could set foot. In this fantasy world, he could directly awaken it with just 100,000 Essence of Destiny. It was simply exhilarating. That thought stopped there. Clang! A chaotic divine light swept across his eyes. Ji-Shu felt his body become incredibly agile. In this instant, his soul seemed to be at the pinnacle of the heavens and also above the heavens. At the same time, a very strange comprehension unconsciously surged up in his heart. All the prosperity in this world is just fleeting. The end of the world, the end of time, the eternal rush. In the end, only an invincible person will remain. Ji-Shu closed his eyes and murmured like a dream. His body emitted a brilliant and dazzling chaos immortal light, and specks of immortal rain fell. At this moment, he truly had the appearance of a transcendent immortal, and the extreme pressure of the ancient great emperors emanated from his small body. This guy, what happened to him? Could it be that he has entered the state of unity between man and heaven in the legendary level? Mu Xuanian stared blankly at Ji-Shu, who had his back to her and was bathed in the rain of light, and exclaimed in surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the 2nd level of the bloodline killing realm, Divine Prohibition. Divine Prohibition: a forbidden realm where the body and soul break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao and undergo a qualitative change. Only the ancient great emperors in the legendary level have the qualifications to enter this realm of battle. System prompt: The consumption is extremely astonishing, please be cautious, host. Successful opening. Ji-Shu slowly opened his eyes. The boundless chaotic light in his eyes had disappeared. In its place was an ecstatic joy that came from the depths of his heart. Just at this moment, Jishu felt a scorching gaze behind him. Turning around, he saw Mu Xuanyan staring at him with a dazed and unblinking gaze. Hey, have you seen enough, princess? Jishu teasingly mocked Mu Xuanyan. Ah, Mu Xuanyan suddenly came to her senses and realized that she had lost control. She quickly averted her gaze and pretended to ask casually, Jishu, what happened to you just now? Hee hee. Jishu chuckled lightly and then made up a story, I just entered a state of enlightenment. As expected, Mu Xuanyan took a deep breath, feeling complex, and looked at Long Tian's headless body in the palace. She said, today, thank you. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I owe you one. Hee hee, owe me one. Jishu's eyebrows raised playfully as he smiled and said, remember that, Crown Prince. Today, Princess Mu Xuanyan. I owe the Crown Prince one. In the future, the Crown Prince will have to get it back twice. Good. Mu Xuanyan nodded seriously. Seeing this, Jishu smiled helplessly and then shifted his gaze to the ancient altar deep in the underground palace. On the altar, a pure white lotus flower bloomed, its white petals crystal clear and dreamlike. It seemed that just one glance could make people fall forever. However, the heart of the lotus flower was a strange fire dyed with crimson flames and emitting wisps of black smoke. World-purifying demon flame. Today, the Crown Prince's second goal. Jishu's expression became extremely serious, and his eyes were filled with determination. This strange fire, ranked third on the strange fire ranking, possessed extreme beauty and concealed extreme destruction. It was extremely dangerous. Even a small star-gathering realm cultivator like him would perish if he wasn't careful, let alone a saint-ranked cultivator. Immortal devouring demonic technique. Flame mantra. I should be able to take it down. Jishu took a deep breath and then walked step by step towards the world-purifying demon flame. This guy, what does he want to do? Mu Xuanyan frowned as she watched Jishu walk towards the world-purifying demon flame step by step. Indeed, so beautiful. Jishu stood in front of the altar, looking at the strange fire floating in the heart of the pure white lotus flower, his eyes filled with astonishment and determination. Jishu took a deep breath and suppressed the complex emotions in his heart. Then, he reached out and picked up the pure white lotus flower on the altar. In that instant, a scorching heat rushed towards him. But even so, he did not feel the extreme destructive power of the world-purifying demon flame. Perhaps, it's because of this accompanying lotus flower. So, I can't feel the destructive power of the world-purifying demon flame because of it. Jishu couldn't help but swallow his saliva and understand the reason. Thanks to this accompanying lotus flower, he had the qualification to approach the strange fire. Jishu, are you crazy? If you still want to keep your life, put it down. Mu Xuanyan's voice trembled as she spoke. But at this moment, she realized something as she looked at Jishu. It seemed that Jishu wasn't just fooling around. This guy seemed to really want to subdue this strange fire. But, what a joke. This world-purifying demon flame was ranked third on the strange fire ranking. It contained the power of transcendence that could destroy heaven and earth. How could a mere star-gathering realm cultivator touch it? Even her master almost perished under this strange fire. However, despite Mu Xuanyan's voice echoing in the underground palace, Jishu seemed to not hear it at all. His gaze was fixed on the strange fire in the heart of the lotus flower. This is the only chance. If Nan Lingyu comes to the underground palace, this world-purifying demon flame will probably be taken by her. She is a saint rank. I can't compete with her. Jishu's mind was clear at this moment. He really wanted to bring the strange fire back to Ji Mansion and gather all the power of the Ji family, or wait until his cultivation level became stronger before subduing this strange fire. But now, time didn't allow it, and Nan Lingyu would never agree to it. So, there was only one choice left. Just as his thoughts reached this point, a fierce look flashed in Jishu's eyes. He trembled as he raised his left hand and slowly lifted the pure white lotus flower in his hand. Then, gritting his teeth as if drinking alcohol, he tilted his head back and swallowed the flame seed in the heart of the lotus in one gulp. At the same time, the immortal devouring demonic technique and flame mantra were activated at full power. Boom! In the instant Jishu swallowed the flame seed, the power of destruction erupted. The terrifying temperature instantly increased dozens of times. Invisible energy ripples surged out. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the underground palace in the northern Sha imperial tomb shook violently, and cracks like spider webs appeared on the walls. Seeing this scene, Mu Xuanyan's face changed drastically, and without saying a word, she turned and left. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of flames burning the air accompanied the rising mist, like the prelude to a volcanic eruption. When countless runes protecting the underground palace turned to ashes in an instant. Clang! 1,000-jong-tall pillar of red flames shot up into the sky with Jishu at its center. Boom, boom, boom. The vast northern Sha imperial tomb turned to ashes in an instant. The pillar of fire connected heaven and earth, extremely spectacular. On a mountain peak in the distance of the imperial tomb mountain range. Mu Xuanyan looked at the pillar of red flames connecting heaven and earth, cold sweat soaking her back. She swallowed her saliva and muttered with a dazed and trembling voice, "Madman. He really is a reckless madman." Brilliant crimson fireworks burst in the night sky. Terrifying waves of fire instantly swept across the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the entire world rose significantly. In the city of Kyoto, millions of people stared dumbfounded at the rolling waves of fire engulfing the night sky. Even though they were far away, the scorching waves of fire made countless people sweat profusely, as if they were in the midst of a scorching summer. That's the Imperial Tomb Mountain. What on earth has happened? Such power, what level of power is it? Monarch rank, saint rank, or the power of the legendary level? Strange fire, only strange fire has such terrifying destructive power. Oh my goodness, it's the power of the strange fire that can destroy the heavens and the earth in the legendary level. This is too terrifying. In the city of Kyoto, both cultivators and commoners felt a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of the sweeping waves of fire that engulfed the world. Not only them, but countless influential figures in Kyoto were also stunned. They all lamented in their hearts. It's over. It's really over. The events of tonight have escalated completely. In the city of Kyoto, in the eastern district, the 10-mile-long street was filled with corpses. The whole street was stained red with blood. Ji Yujian, dressed in black, carried the abyss rainbow and exuded an extreme coldness. Behind him stood hundreds of elite assassins in black, all from the 5th Bureau of Military Intelligence. Just as planned by Ji Shu, tonight Ji Yujian led the 10 Blades Legion stationed in the eastern district of Kyoto and slaughtered them all. At this moment, Ji Yuyao, standing beside him, stared blankly at the waves of fire engulfing the sky and whispered softly. "Young lord, is it your doing? Please, you must return safely." Upon hearing this, Ji Yujian put away the abyss rainbow, turned around, and confidently reassured Ji Yuyao. "Sister, don't worry. The young lord can control everything with a wave of his hand. I dare say that tonight's events are completely under his control." After speaking, an old man in black slowly approached. It was Wei Lao. Wei Lao frowned and murmured in a low voice, looking in the direction of the northern Sha Imperial Palace. "I hope so. I hope tonight it really hasn't gone beyond the young lord's control." Ji family military mansion in Kyoto. Lin Ru covered her mouth and looked towards the direction of the Kyoto Imperial City, where the pillar of fire almost connected heaven and earth, tremblingly asking, "Mother, did Shour really go to the Imperial Palace tonight?" "That's right." Mu Hua nodded. "Ah." Upon hearing this, Lin Ru couldn't help but exclaim, her whole body became shaky as she muttered. "Tonight, the Northern Sha Imperial Palace. A battle of saint ranks. The outbreak of strange fire. The situation is getting worse and worse. How can this be tolerated?" Sigh. Mu Hua sighed and said, Don't worry. This kid will definitely come back safely." Although she said so, in fact, she was also uncertain in her heart. At the same time, she blamed herself. After all, Ji Shu's actions tonight were tacitly approved by her. Although the plan was seamless, but she still felt that she should have accompanied Ji Shu to the Imperial Palace no matter what. But now it's too late to regret. Kyoto Imperial Palace. All 10 of the Northern Sha divine generals have fallen. In front of the Imperial Dragon Hall, the ground was covered with corpses and severed limbs. Tonight's palace seemed to have experienced a rain of blood. The extremely thick smell of blood permeated the air, making people nauseous. At this moment, the elder of the Northern Sha imperial family had lost an arm and was half kneeling in front of Nan Lingyu. He was covered in blood. His battle spear was broken. His life force was destroyed. He had over 100 sword wounds all over his body. And blood kept bursting from the wounds. A generation of saint-rank powerhouses was about to return to the Starry Sea. The old man in coarse clothes looked at the direction of the Northern Sha imperial tomb with a desolate and scattered gaze and smiled bitterly. Long Tian is dead. The imperial tomb is destroyed. He. The guardian of my Northern Sha imperial family's tomb is truly incompetent. Cough, cough, cough. After speaking, his body shook violently, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is there anything else to say? Nan Lingyu stood with her hands behind her back, looking down at the old man in a hemp robe. At this moment, she was feeling very annoyed. Because she didn't know what went wrong at the Northern Sha imperial tomb that caused the world-purifying demon flame to erupt. This was not a good thing for her. The old man in the hemp robe was about to say a word, but his voice abruptly stopped. Pucci. Nan Lingyu's sword had already pierced through the old man's heart. You wanted to say something. But I don't want to listen. After saying that, Nan Lingyu pulled out the sword, causing a long string of blood to follow. Then, she disappeared in front of the Imperial Dragon Hall with a flicker. On the mountains of the Northern Sha Imperial Tomb, Mu Xuanian stared blankly at the thousand-zhang pillar of fire that almost connected heaven and earth. When a breeze blew by, Nan Lingyu's figure appeared in front of her from the void. Xuanian, what happened exactly? Nan Lingyu frowned and asked in a stern voice. Mu Xuanian saw this familiar figure in front of her as if she had seen a life-saving straw. She stood up, grabbed Nan Lingyu's clothes, and stuttered. Master, Long Tian was killed by Ji Shu. And then what? Nan Lingyu furrowed her brows and pressed for an answer. And then, Ji Shu swallowed the world-purifying demon flame. Mu Xuanian's voice trembled as she answered. What? Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyu's stunningly beautiful face suddenly changed. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the center of the strange fire eruption. There, the red flames soared into the sky, and the waves of fire formed ripples that swept across the heavens and earth, extremely spectacular. And at the center of the explosion, all living creatures within its range suffered devastating blows. It could be said that half of the Imperial Tomb mountain range was affected and turned into scorched earth. With such power, not to mention a mere star-gathering cultivator, even a saint rank or even a legendary level cultivator would perish. But soon, as the waves of fire gradually dissipated, a slender figure appeared in Nan Lingyu's line of sight. This little guy, he's actually still alive. Nan Lingyu widened her eyes in disbelief and murmured. After saying that, her figure suddenly flickered and turned into a streak of light, crossing the void and instantly appearing in front of Ji Shu. At this moment, Ji Shu's clothes had turned into ashes, and he lay weakly on the ground. His whole body was red, with countless wounds covering his cracked skin, blood staining his entire body. He looked like a blood man, but even though he was so severely injured, he still had a faint sign of life. It is worth mentioning that in Ji Shu's hand, he still tightly held a pure white lotus flower. And the roots of that pure white lotus flower were tightly wrapped around his left wrist. Ji Shu, you swallowed the world-purifying demon flame. Nan Lingyu bit her silver teeth in astonishment and unwillingness. It hurts so much. Ji Shu, with only a trace of consciousness left, hoarsely spoke. Nonsense. Nan Lingyu coldly spoke, her stunningly beautiful face turning icy. She didn't expect Ji Shu to simply and rudely swallow the world-purifying demon flame she wanted. And he even cried out in pain to her. Was he acting spoiled? Your 1,000-year profound pool. Let me borrow it. Thank you so much. Ji Shu endured the burning of his meridians and the pain of his cracked skin, tremblingly said, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. It must be said that his act of forcibly swallowing the world-purifying demon flame just now was indeed very risky. At the moment of swallowing, his meridians and bones should have turned into ashes. But because of the protection of this accompanying lotus flower in his hand, it saved his life. Coupled with the marvelous power of the immortal devouring demonic technique and the flame mantra, he had successfully entered the process of devouring the world-purifying demon flame. At this moment, even though he fell into a coma, the immortal devouring demonic technique and the flame mantra were still operating autonomously. Once the process of devouring the strange fire started, it would never stop. Once it stopped, the world-purifying demon flame would erupt again. In simple terms, if Jishu doesn't succeed now, he will die. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 1% of the process of devouring the world-purifying demon flame. You little fool. Nan Lingyu looked at Jishu, who had fainted at her feet, feeling a tightness in her chest. At this moment, although she really wanted to slap Jishu to death with one palm. After hesitating for a long time, she still picked up Jishu and headed towards the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. Remember, Jishu, this time, you owe me. In the future, I will make you repay me tenfold. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. It is already deep into the night, and no one can sleep tonight. The bosses of various forces in the capital are all anxiously looking towards the direction of the palace. The holy battle on the sacred steps has stopped. The overwhelming strange fire has also gradually subsided. It seems that tonight, everything will come to an end. If it does come to an end, then what will be the result? This is related to their future and fate. But even though they are anxious, none of them dare to send scouts into the palace to find out. Because Jishu's order to them was that if they didn't want to die, they were not allowed to step into the palace before dawn. Inside the Shen's palace, Nan Lingyu stands with her arms crossed, looking down coldly at Jishu, who is weak and immersed in an ice pool. Moonlight shines through the window, making her exquisite face even more cold and beautiful. Master, Jishu, this guy actually survived. How is this possible? Mu Xuanyan's tone was full of disbelief. The pure world demon flame is the third-ranked existence on the strange fire list. And Jishu actually survived after forcibly swallowing it. For a moment, she felt that her brain was not enough. HMPH. Nan Lingyu couldn't help but snort. If it were someone else, they would definitely be dead beyond death. But this guy seems a bit different. What do you mean? Mu Xuanyan shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Nan Lingyu also shook her head without explaining anything. Her gaze was fixed on the lotus flower wrapped around Jishu's left hand, which seemed to be more fascinating. What secrets does this little guy have? Why would the pure world demon flame's companion lotus flower actively protect him? And not only protect him, but also show signs of recognizing him. It's really unbelievable. Lost in thought, she couldn't figure it out. And at this moment, Jishu coughed 3 times. Cough, cough, cough. His consciousness slowly awakened from a deep sleep. The extreme pain all over his body made him groan. Ah! Just then, a mocking voice sounded in his ear. What a clever move, young Master Ji from the Ji family. You have truly played a good hand. Tonight, I will slaughter the palace. And you have become the final winner. Upon hearing this, Jishu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw Nan Lingyu and Mu Xuanyan standing on the ice pool. Huh, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Jishu weakly smiled and spoke, pretending to be ignorant. He knew that he couldn't avoid Nan Lingyu no matter what. So it's better to act dumb at this moment. HMPH. Nan Lingyu snorted coldly. Do you really want me to explain it clearly to you? After tonight, news of the palace being slaughtered will spread throughout the continent. The death of Long Tian in the Imperial Tomb will most likely be blamed on me. The Northern Sha Imperial Guard and I will fight to the death. And you, Jishu, will be able to leave unscathed. Amidst the storm, untouched. Truly well calculated. Is that so? Jishu looked innocent, pretending to be ignorant, which made Mu Xuanyan puzzled. Hee. Seeing this, Nan Lingyu coldly laughed and changed the topic. Of course, all of this is irrelevant. Since I dare to slaughter the palace, I can naturally bear the consequences. But, you actually took away my strange fire. Do you really think I won't kill you? By killing you, I can still take back the strange fire. Ha! Jishu, upon hearing this, suddenly raised his head and looked at Nan Lingyu with a burning gaze. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. you wouldn't have kept me until now. And, you should know that I have already started devouring the pure world demon flame. So you should also know that I am now half the master of the pure world demon flame. If you kill me, the strange fire will erupt again. And this time, the purifying world demon flame will erupt with full force. HMPH. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyu glared fiercely at Jishu and fell silent for a long time. She came to the Northern Xia dynasty as the national teacher for the sake of the purifying world demon flame, ranked third on the strange fire list. Now, all her efforts over the past 8 years have been in vain for Jishu. How could she be willing? But she also knew that Jishu, who now carried the purifying world demon flame, was a time bomb. If she really killed Jishu, the strange fire would go out of control and explode, the consequences would be disastrous, and she would be severely injured if not killed. Moreover, there was a high probability that she would return empty-handed. Most importantly, she couldn't face the pursuit of the Northern Xia imperial clan with her heavily injured body. So this kid had already planned everything. Nan Lingyu's thoughts stopped here, a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she coldly ordered Mu Xuanian. Xuanian, you go out. Mu Xuanian was stunned upon hearing this, not understanding what her master meant. Go out, Nan Lingyu scolded sternly. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanian trembled. She knew that her master was truly angry. So she quickly retreated behind the screen, leaving Jishu with a look of good luck. Master, since the situation is irreversible, let's focus on the matter at hand. What do you want, as long as you want it? As long as I have it. Jishu took a deep breath and said sincerely to Nan Lingyu. Since things had come to this point, continuing to cooperate was the best way out. He believed that Nan Lingyu would weigh the pros and cons carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, splash, water splashed. Nan Lingyu slowly walked into the 1,000-year Zon pool. The splashing water droplets fell on her cold and beautiful face, making her even more stunning under the moonlight. What do you want? Jishu looked at Nan Lingyu, who had already come in front of him with a frosty expression, feeling a little confused. Could it be that Nan Lingyu really wanted to break the jar and directly kill him in the Shenxi Palace? Hey! Nan Lingyu's red lips slightly lifted as she held Jishu's left hand and raised it. Under the moonlight, Jishu's left wrist had a pure white flower crown that he didn't know when it had appeared. The flower crown had 9 lotus petals, each emitting a faint fluorescence, exuding boundless vitality. What is this? Jishu was stunned. The companion flower lotus. It has indeed recognized you as its master. After saying this, Nan Lingyu's beautiful eyes bloomed with a brilliance that Jishu couldn't understand. What do you mean? Jishu asked in a daze. In that case, I don't mind giving you the purifying world demon flame. But, Nan Lingyu stopped here and didn't continue. But her strange and hot gaze made Jishu's scalp tingle. But what? Jishu asked in confusion. But, you, Jishu, from now on, you will be mine. Nan Lingyu's red lips pursed slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at Jishu as if she was looking at her own treasure, shining brightly. What do you mean? Jishu still didn't understand. What does it mean that he will belong to Nan Lingyu from now on? Just as he was thinking about it, Nan Lingyu reached out her jade hand and lightly touched Jishu's forehead. Clang! Amidst the flickering of demonic light, the strange sensation of ice and fire made Jishu tremble all over. What did this woman do? Moonlight was like water. Extremely gentle. Nan Lingyu took one last look at Jishu before leaving. And before she left, she said something that puzzled Jishu. Jishu, from now on, you will be mine. When the time comes, you will owe me something. I will make you repay me tenfold. At this moment, Jishu looked at Nan Lingyu's figure in shock and murmured. Nan Lingyu, this crazy woman, what does she want to do? What does it mean, that I will belong to her from now on? A series of questions flashed through his mind. At this moment, while Jishu was deep in thought, he didn't notice the faint purple crescent moon mark that had appeared on his forehead from Nan Lingyu's jade finger. A night of wind and rain. Above the night sky, the bright moon shines. On the observation platform of the Shenxi Palace, Nan Lingyu is dressed in a long black robe, and the cold moonlight falls on her unparalleled face, making her look extremely stunning. At this moment, her beautiful eyes overlook the bustling city below, with no trace of emotion on her face. Zan Yin, it's time to leave. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanyan nodded and asked with some concern, Master, where are we going next? Should we go to the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Today, we have slaughtered the palace, and Long Tian is dead. The Northern Sha Guardian sect will definitely not let us go. So now, only these two great emperor countries have the ability to protect us. HMPH. I won't go to either of them. Nan Lingyu snorted in response. The Great Qin Empire, the emperor, has great ambitions and strong methods. I don't have what he wants. The Divine Phoenix Empire, the primordial Phoenix Lord, is very cunning and versatile. I will never trust him. But, Mu Xuanyan hesitated for a moment and shook her head, looking very confused. Under the heavens, there is no king's land. We cannot stay in the Northern Sha dynasty. And we cannot go to the Great Qin or the Divine Phoenix. So where can we go now? Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyu's lips curled up slightly, and she chuckled, Zan Yin. The Nine Heavens continent. There are 3 top-level empires. We cannot stay or go to any of them. The 7 top-level cultivation sects will not help us in the slightest. So now, there is only one choice. Mu Xuanyan was puzzled by these words and shook her head, saying, Master, Zan Yin doesn't understand. At this point, what other choices do we have? You silly girl. Nan Lingyu gently touched Mu Xuanyan's hair and said, seeking refuge. Entrusting one's life to others is ultimately the most pitiful choice. In this world, only by protecting oneself and possessing power can one make the best decision. Let me tell you the truth, I am going to establish a cultivation sect that belongs solely to me, Nan Lingyu. In the future, I will make this sect stand at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens continent. Even the 3 great empires and the 7 major cultivation sects can only look up to us. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xuanyan was shocked and excited. Her master, Nan Lingyu, was the most stunning woman in the world. She had thought more than once that if her master were to establish a sect, it would surely shake the entire continent. So she would never doubt the truthfulness of Nan Lingyu's words. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of a problem and smiled bitterly, Master. Now that the Northern Sha Guardian sect will hunt us down with all their might, where can we establish a sect? And who would dare to join our sect? He. Nan Lingyu's smile on her pretty face grew even wider upon hearing this. Wherever they dare not go, that's where I will establish the sect. What do you think of one of the 9 forbidden zones, Heavenly Demon Mountain? As for, who would dare to join us, that's even easier. Whoever has nowhere else to go, I will take them in. Now, isn't it a world where the righteous forces are in power? I, Nan Lingyu, will establish the number 1 demonic sect and stand against these self-proclaimed righteous forces. Mu Xuanyan was taken aback by these words, unable to speak for a moment, and her heart raced several times faster. Establishing a sect in Heavenly Demon Mountain was certainly possible, as the burial mounds within Heavenly Demon Mountain were extremely dangerous, even for Saint Realm experts. But she wasn't worried at all because very few people knew that her master had emerged from Heavenly Demon Mountain. In that case, what problems could arise from establishing a sect in Heavenly Demon Mountain? What truly shocked her was her master's ambition. Currently, the entire Nine Heavens continent was under the control of the 3 top-level empires and the 7 major cultivation sects. If one's own master establishes the number 1 demonic sect in the world, it is equivalent to opposing all the righteous forces in the world. However, it seems that because of this, all the demonic cultivators hidden in the darkness of the Nine Heavens continent will flock to it. Not only the demonic cultivators, even the spirit clan cultivators who were once exterminated and are now prey. The cultivators who practice the evil path that is not accepted by the righteous path will also go completely crazy. The sect they establish will develop and grow into a super giant of the Nine Heavens continent in the shortest possible time. Master, what should our future sect be called? Mu Xuanyan's beautiful eyes shimmered as she looked at Nan Lingyu, feeling both anxious and excited. But as her master said, this is their only way out now. Nan Lingyu thought for a moment and then spoke. How about, let's call it, Supreme Heaven? Mu Xuanyan exclaimed. She thought to herself, supreme heaven, the highest heaven above the 9 heavens, truly worthy of being the master. Just as she was deeply moved by Nan Lingyu's idea, a brilliant purple flame lit up in the night sky. Crackle, the flame burst into flowers, and a mark of a full moon rose at the end of the sky. This mark was exactly the same as the mark that had appeared on Jishu's forehead before. And this mark belongs solely to Nan Lingyu, the demonic mark. Master, we should leave. Yuju's sister has given the signal. I believe they have already withdrawn from the capital. Mu Xuanian spoke softly. Good, let's go. Nan Lingyu nodded. With that, she turned her gaze once again towards the direction of the Shen's palace. At this moment, she pursed her red lips, smiled gently, and said softly, "Little one, we'll meet again in the future. You must grow up well. But don't disappoint me when you come of age." He. With that, she disappeared into the night with Mu Xuanian. Inside the Shen's palace, Jishu looked at the system panel and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The progress of devouring the world-cleansing demon flame has reached 3%. System prompt. When the devouring progress reaches 15%, the host will be able to summon and use the world-cleansing demon flame. Nan Lingyu has left. Today's events have finally come to an end. Jishu endured the intense pain throughout his body and crawled out of the Millennium Profound Pool. Although, there were some unexpected twists and turns. But overall, the plan was successful. Long Tian is dead. I have obtained the reward of 100,000 Essence of Destiny. The Divine Prohibition has been activated. And I have obtained the world-cleansing demon flame. It's only a matter of time before I successfully devour it. This is truly seeking wealth in danger. Jishu muttered to himself, relieved. At this moment, he raised his hand and saw the 9-petal lotus flower on his wrist. In his mind, the system's introduction appeared. World-cleansing lotus. The companion lotus of the world-cleansing demon flame, containing indescribable and extremely mysterious life force. Condition. Already recognized as the master. Master. Jishu. World-cleansing lotus. Jishu looked at the pure white 9-petal lotus on his wrist and fell silent for a long time. Although he didn't know what use it had now. But he knew that this lotus had truly saved his life. It possessed a life force that he couldn't comprehend. So keeping it by his side and wearing it on his hand was always the right choice. Enough. I'll study it later. I wonder, how are Ji Yu Yao and Ji Yu Jian doing now? After saying that, Jishu, following the principle of not wasting anything, first put the Millennium Ice Pool left by Nan Lingyu into his storage ring. Then, dragging his heavy body, he used the Star God's Shattered Shadow technique to leave the Shen's palace. Night, so short, the sky in Kyoto has already turned pale. The entire Ji family military mansion is eerily silent. Lin Ru and Mu Hua have not slept all night. Mother. We can't wait any longer. It's almost dawn, and Shower hasn't returned. I'm going to the palace. If something happens to Shower, I will make everyone involved tonight pay with their lives. Lin Ru's eyes turn red, her tone filled with coldness. She has always presented herself as the gentle mistress of the Ji family. But Jishu is her life, and she has reached her limit by enduring until now. If something really happens to Jishu, she plans to fight to the death. Ruer, listen to me. Wait a little longer. Mu Hua shakes her head. Although she is also anxious. She knows that the more urgent the situation, the less she should rush. Still waiting. I can't wait any longer. Lin Ru's voice trembles. After speaking, she prepares to mobilize the troops. She wants to personally lead the Iron Floating 2 army to break into the palace and find Jishu. And at this moment, a burst of joyful voices comes from outside the hall. Little Prince has returned home. Upon hearing this, Lin Ru's body trembles, and without saying a word, she runs towards the door. Mu Hua also breathes a sigh of relief. When Lin Ru sees Jishu returning home, she rushes forward and grabs his ear, angrily asking, "You little brat, where have you been? What were you doing? You almost worried your mother to death." Hee. Jishu feels the warmth of his mother's embrace and laughs from the bottom of his heart, acting spoiled as he says, "Mother, hug, you." Upon hearing this, Lin Ru glares fiercely at Jishu, but still tightly embraces her precious son. She originally wanted to scold him, but when she sees his injuries and his pale, weak face, she can't help but feel a pang of heartache. You, child, always like this. Why do you always make your mother worry? If something happens to you, won't your father and grandfather at the border be heartbroken? If something happens to you, do you still want your mother to live? Mother, I'm sorry. Jishu buries his head in Lin Ru's embrace and weakly apologizes. All right, in the future, you are not allowed to make your mother worry like this again. Holding the obedient Jishu, Lin Ru's tone gradually becomes gentle. At this point, what happened last night is no longer important. What matters is that her precious son, Jishu, has safely returned home. Now, no one can harm her son in the slightest. At this moment, Jishu and his smiling grandmother, Mu-Hua, exchange a glance. Although the two of them don't say a word, Mu-Hua knows that her grandson has accomplished something significant this night. At this moment, the tight string in her heart also relaxes. Proudly, she mutters to herself in her heart, "My grandson. The future is promising." However, after being nagged by Lin Ru for a while, Jishu was finally released back to Fallen Maple Palace. As soon as he returned to the palace, Ji Yuyao came to him. At this moment, Ji Yuyao was wearing a white dress, with a long skirt trailing on the ground. There was a relieved smile on her stunningly beautiful face. She bit her red lips tightly, her eyes filled with mist as she looked at Jishu. "What's wrong?" Jishu asked softly. "Little prince," Ji Yuyao said. "You're finally back. I thought you were going to abandon me." Ji Yuyao's voice trembled and had a hint of crying. Hee. Upon hearing this, Jishu shook his head and chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I won't." Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuyao nodded heavily, feeling touched. Without hesitation, she took 2 steps forward and hugged Jishu with open arms. At this moment, Jishu felt his vision darken, and his head sank into a softness. It smelled nice. It was soft and suffocating. "Sister, let go of the little prince." Ji Yujian, who was watching from the side, was shocked and quickly spoke to stop her. "Miss Ji Yuyao, you can't do that. The little prince is still injured." Old Wei also couldn't help but cry and laugh. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyao suddenly realized and quickly let go of Jishu, taking 2 steps back. Her pretty face blushed slightly as she whispered softly, "Sorry, I lost control." Phew. Jishu regained his composure. He took a deep breath and stared at Ji Yuyao seriously for a moment before speaking. "You have really grown up." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuyao's pretty face blushed even more, but she also said somewhat proudly, "Little prince, as long as you like it." Ahem, ahem, ahem. Jishu coughed 3 times and couldn't help but glare at Ji Yuyao with a hint of guilt. "I'll deal with you later. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Unexpectedly, Ji Yuyao glared back. "This girl. You have really grown up. It seems that from now on, I, the little prince, have something to do." Jishu felt emotional and a burst of heat surged in his heart. After saying that, he looked at Ji Yujian with a serious expression and asked, "Old Wei, how is the situation?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yujian stood up straight and responded very seriously. "Reporting to the little prince. All 3 commanders of the 10-Blade Legion have fallen. All 1,200 elites in the capital city have been completely killed. In addition, all 3 leaders of the West Factory have been killed without a single one escaping. Now, the entire underground power in the capital city is under our control." "Very good, very good." Jishu praised and patted Ji Yujian on the shoulder without hesitation. He knew that Ji Yujian would never disappoint him. It was not easy to wipe out the top underground forces in Kyoto in just one night. "Your Highness, what about your side?" Wei Lao asked curiously. He. Jishu's lips curled slightly. He turned around, looked in the direction of the Kyoto palace with clear eyes, and softly said, "Long Tian is dead. The entire Kyoto will be under the control of my Ji family from now on. The future, even if a gold coin falls from the sky, it will be surnamed Ji." Wei Lao breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "It's finally paying off for all the effort." Ji Yujian excitedly raised his fist and said, "That's great, my prince." Ji Yuyao also smiled, her eyes shining as she looked at Jishu, and she murmured, As expected, he can always accomplish such difficult tasks. Looking at the excited expressions of Ji Yu Yao, Ji Yu Jian, and Wei Lao, Ji Shu couldn't help but laugh. This was also the happiest and most relaxed moment for him. Your Highness, what do we need to do next? Ji Yu Yao asked softly. The death of the Northern Sha Emperor, Long Tian, is a big deal. The Northern Sha National Protector sect will definitely investigate it thoroughly. So what we do next is very important. She had already thought of several plans. But the specifics still needed Ji Shu's decision. Ji Shu thought for a moment, then smiled and said. Yaoer, next, you and Ji Yu Jian will take the Military Intelligence Department to deliver a bowl of noodles to the important figures in Kyoto. And then, watch them eat it bite by bite. Deliver noodles. Ji Yu Jian was puzzled for a moment. He didn't understand. What was the point of delivering noodles? But Ji Yu Yao suddenly realized and asked with a smile. May I ask, Your Highness, are we delivering longevity noodles? Of course, naturally, it's longevity noodles. Ji Shu nodded with a smile. What if they don't eat it? Wei Lao's tone turned cold, and a glimmer of killing intent flickered in his eyes. If they don't eat it. He. If they don't eat it, then send them on their way together with their whole family. Many people have already died today, and this prince doesn't mind adding one more, or a whole family. Ji Shu's tone was very relaxed. Although he said so, he believed that the big shots in Kyoto would eat it. After all, last night's incident had already caused a big commotion. The big shots in Kyoto were tightly bound to the Ji family. No one could get off the boat, otherwise they would die. Understood. Ji Yu Yao nodded. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Ji Yu Jian. The personnel from the Military Intelligence Department immediately took action. The night is long, the ashes are bright. The sky is bright. Northern Sha Royal Academy. Northern Sha Investigation Institute. Northern Sha Capital 6 Departments. Northern Sha Imperial Guards. Hulong Mountain Villa. Town Prison Division. Grand Court. The major powers in the capital all received a bowl of noodles. A bowl of longevity noodles. The first reaction of the big shots in the capital when they saw this bowl of noodles was silence. Then they all understood one thing. Emperor Long Tian of Northern Sha is dead. The imperial tomb of Northern Sha is destroyed. Northern Sha dynasty is in chaos. Now, everyone is on the same boat. No one can get off the boat. No one can get off. The longevity noodles are both a gift from Ji Shu and a choice. Choose life or choose death. When the big shots realized this, various voices rang out in the capital, among the major powers. These voices were filled with anger, laughter, unwillingness, and emotion. You, Ji Shu, how dare you? Is this a threat or a reminder? Ji Shu, little prince, you really have the guts. You brat, you're young, but you're really audacious. Sir, are you still going to eat this? Eat, why wouldn't I eat it? Are you talking as if I have a choice? Sigh, that's true, we're all on the same boat now, whether we eat it or not, we have to eat it. Ji Shu, now, this Northern Sha's territory is truly as you wished. After speaking, the big shots of the major powers all ate the longevity noodles sent by the Military Intelligence Department. After finishing the noodles, the big shots put down their chopsticks and gazed at the sky over the capital in silence for a long time. The sky over the capital has indeed changed. They knew that this year was destined to be recorded in history. This year, Emperor Long Tian of Northern Sha died, shocking the world, and the National Protector sect was furious. Prince Long Yuan of Northern Sha ascended the throne, and Princess Chu Li became the Empress of Northern Sha. A saint-rank expert from the Northern Sha National Protector sect appeared to hunt down Nan Lingyu, vowing to retrieve the world-purifying demon flame. But Nan Lingyu established the first demonic sect in the Nine Heavens continent, Supreme Heaven, on Heavenly Demon Mountain. The entire Nine Heavens continent was turned upside down. This year, Mu Bing left the Divine Ice Palace and entered the forbidden zone of life on the mainland, the frozen wasteland, alone. She embarked on her own immortal emperor inheritance. She always remembered her engagement with Ji Shu, and she had a bold plan for him. This year, in a capital city of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a fallen young prince of the royal family and the eldest princess of the divine Phoenix Empire were engaged. He also met the beautiful master who had been asleep for 1,000 years in the family's ancestral mountain and began his cultivation journey. And no one knew that this fallen young prince of the royal family aspired to stand at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. This year, the first emperor of the Great Qin Empire began sweeping across the world, seeking immortality, aspiring to become an immortal. The eldest princess of the divine Phoenix Empire awakened the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix and was called the reincarnation of the heavenly phoenix, becoming the future empress recognized by the continent for the divine Phoenix Empire. The 7 top cultivation sects on the continent also selected saint children and began their sect inheritances. It was also this year. Ji Shu, the young prince of the Ji family, became the true uncrowned king of the Northern Xia dynasty. Time flies. 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. In the Northern Xia dynasty, Ji family military mansion, fallen maple palace. Maple leaves are falling all around. A young man sits quietly under a large maple tree, practicing cultivation. He wears a magnificent white brocade robe, with a handsome and stunning appearance. His eyes are tightly closed, and his long black hair flows in the wind, giving off an otherworldly aura. And he is none other than Ji Shu, the young master of the Ji family. 18-year-old Ji Shu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the flying dragon cloud-piercing hand to the profound level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the star god's shattered shadow to the profound level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the requiem of souls to the profound level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the soul-plundering sonata to the elementary level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the immortal devouring demonic technique to the 4th realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 15% progress in devouring the world-purifying demon flame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the monarch rank 3rd realm in cultivation. Listening to the voice of the prompts in his ears, Ji Shu slowly opens his eyes, revealing a cold and alert gaze in his black jade-like eyes. He habitually opens the system panel. Name: Ji Shu. Age: 18. Identity: His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty, founder of the Military Intelligence Department. Established organization: Military Intelligence Department. Cultivation: Monarch rank 3rd realm. Bloodline constitution: Divine Heart Demon Bone Demonic Advent successfully activated. Divine Prohibition successfully activated. Immortal Ash Awakening condition: 1 million Essence of Destiny. Cultivation techniques: Immortal Devouring Demonic Technique cultivated to the 4th realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand Profound level. Star God's Shattered Shadow Profound level. Requiem of Souls Profound level. Soul Plundering Sonata Elementary level. Flame Mantra Profound level. Buddha's Wrathful Fire Lotus Profound level. Possesses Strange Fire. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. World Purifying Demon Flame 15% progress. Weapons: Great Principal Sword Fetus, Ghost Flute Sentiment. Essence of Destiny, 28,800 points. Fate level: Red 9 lives and 1 death. System store, opened. Task system, opened. Warehouse: Soul Seizing Trilogy Requiem of Souls, Soul Plundering Sonata, Summoning Elegy Ice God Jade Divine Ice Palace Token Pure World Lotus. System prompt: More information can be expanded. Ji Shu glanced at the system panel and let out a sigh. It's been 10 years. This level of cultivation is barely passable. In just 10 years, he has advanced to the monarch rank 3rd realm at a rate of 1 realm per year. This cultivation speed may already be considered terrifying to outsiders. But in reality, it is not fast for Ji Shu, because it's really nothing. Only he knows that in these 10 years, he did not deliberately cultivate to improve his realm. During these 10 years, he has been fully devouring the world-purifying demon flame, and repairing the injuries and sequelae caused by forcibly devouring the world-purifying demon flame when he was 8 years old. And until now, he has finally repaired his injuries from back then, bringing himself to his peak state. As for his cultivation, that is entirely due to the additional effects brought by devouring the world-purifying demon flame. However, in these 10 years, he has significantly improved all the cultivation techniques he has practiced. It is precisely because of this that he feels that the results of his cultivation in these 10 years are considered qualified. Zheng, Ji Shu snapped his fingers, only to see a cluster of black smoke, crimson flames leaping at his fingertips. An extreme destructive power instantly spread out. Looking at the strange fire on his fingertips, as well as the slightly distorted space around, Ji Shu couldn't help but smile and mutter to himself. It's been 10 years. Although I can finally use the power of the world-purifying demon flame. Although he can now use the world-purifying demon flame, he can only utilize 15% of its power. But even so, he still has the ability to kill monarch rank. Even if he activates the divine prohibition, he is confident that he can fight against a Saint Realm expert. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure silently landed in the fallen Maple Palace. Immediately, a faint laughter like a silver bell rang out in the courtyard. Congratulations, Your Highness, for finally being able to use the world-purifying demon flame. Listening to this familiar voice, Ji Shu couldn't help but smile and look at the white figure. She, with an exceptionally beautiful appearance and a pure temperament, had a pair of eyes that seemed to radiate countless stars when looking at Ji Shu. She, with exquisite curves and an enchanting figure, made it extremely difficult for people to look away. She is Ji Shu's personal maid, the 28-year-old Ji Yu Yao. Nowadays, she has shed her youthful innocence and completely transformed into an unparalleled goddess with both purity and allure. Vixen, Ji Shu helplessly muttered to himself. Then he spoke and asked, Yaoer, tell me, what has happened recently? Now Ji Yu Yao has completely taken charge of the military intelligence department. Generally speaking, if it's not a major matter, Ji Yu Yao can handle it herself. Hee. Ji Yu Yao smiled and lightly moved to Ji Shu's side, speaking softly. It's actually nothing. It's just that something big has happened in the Nine Heavens continent recently. Even the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has been alarmed. Oh, Ji Shu raised an eyebrow. If what Ji Yu Yao said is true and even the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has been alarmed, then it must be something that has affected the entire continent. What's the news? Tell me. Ji Shu stood up and stared at Ji Yu Yao without blinking. Ji Yu Yao rested her jade hand on her chin and looked at Ji Shu with excitement in her bright eyes as she asked, Your Highness, have you heard of Emperor Wu Zhou Dufu? Ji Shu nodded. What a joke. Of course he had heard of Emperor Wu Zhou Dufu. He was the first independent cultivator to become the emperor of the Nine Heavens continent in 3,000 years. He single-handedly suppressed the 3 top imperial dynasties and 7 major cultivation sects of the Nine Heavens continent. Even after thousands of years, his legendary status still circulated throughout the Nine Heavens continent. He established the Forbidden Zone of Life, issued the decree of sealing demons, and shook the world. On Peach Blossom Mountain, he discussed with Confucius and revealed the path to equality. In the capital of Great Qin, he defeated the first emperor with a single move, ushering in an era of peace. In the dragon's lair of the North Sea, he effortlessly slayed dragons, extracted their bones, forged the dragon blade, and helped the human race become the dominator of the continent. In front of the Thunder Sound Temple, he held a Zen staff and killed the false Buddha, bringing the light of Buddhism without any darkness, enlightening all beings. 1,000 years ago, he successfully achieved enlightenment, broke through to the great emperor realm, and entered the forbidden zone of life again. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some said that Zhou Dufu had died in the forbidden zone of life. Some said that Zhou Dufu had ascended to immortality, shattered the void, and gone to the heavenly world above the 9 heavens. Some even said that Zhou Dufu had fallen into demonic cultivation and become an immortal existence in the forbidden zone of life. In short, there were many rumors in the world. But it was true that from that day on, Zhou Dufu and the great imperial law he created, the 2-splitting blade technique, no longer appeared in the world. So, he's back? Ji Shu asked in surprise. No, Ji Yu Yao shook her head and replied, he's dead. He died in the forbidden zone of life. But his tomb has appeared in the mortal world. I see. Ji Shu nodded and said with some emotion, the tomb of the great emperor has appeared. I suppose the whole continent has gone crazy. After all, there is no one who doesn't want to obtain the forbidden imperial law that once defeated the martial emperor of the entire continent, the 2-splitting blade technique. Indeed, Ji Yu Yao sighed helplessly and then said, as of today. Divine Ice Palace, Saint Sect, Buddhism. Profound Heaven Sword Sect, 10,000 Poison Valley. Crimson Cloth Church, Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion. The saint children of the 7 major cultivation sects have all appeared in the world. Upon hearing this, Jishu calmly asked, Great Qin Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, have these 2 top imperial dynasties made a move? No. Ji Yuyao shook her head and said with a serious tone, the latest news is that the 2nd prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire have also appeared in the world. Your Highness, I have to say, the great era has arrived. He. Jishu chuckled lightly at Ji Yuyao's words and said, Saint children, princes and princesses, indeed, the great era has arrived. But we have been preparing for this for 10 years, haven't we? That's right. Ji Yuyao also smiled. The military intelligence department was no longer what it used to be. Now, the military intelligence department had become the most influential special intelligence agency in the 9 heavens continent. Whether it was the 3 top imperial dynasties or the 7 major cultivation sects, there were people from the military intelligence department among them. It was not an exaggeration to say that almost the entire continent was under the surveillance of the military intelligence department. As long as their young prince was willing, a single word from him could plunge the entire 9 heavens continent into chaos. Your Highness, what should we do next? Shouldn't we also get a share of the pie? Ji Yuyao stood beside Jishu and asked softly. The best cultivation is to be in the world. Now is the best time. Jishu smiled slightly and casually asked, where is Zhou Dufu's tomb? Which forbidden zone of life is it in? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyao's lips curled up playfully, and she looked at Jishu with a teasing gaze as she replied, Heavenly Demon Mountain. Jishu, Heavenly Demon Mountain. Jishu was stunned, his expression suddenly freezing. If I remember correctly, that woman is in Heavenly Demon Mountain. And that woman also founded the #1 demonic sect in the 9 heavens continent, Supreme Heaven. Now, Nan Lingyu has become the notorious demon sect queen of the 9 heavens continent. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the enchanting laughter from 10 years ago when that woman left. Little one, we'll meet again in the future. You must grow up well. But don't disappoint me when you come of age. He. Recalling the words of that woman, Jishu couldn't help but shiver. Just as she said back then, he is now of age. So, what does that woman want to do to him? What's wrong? As the crown prince scared, Ji Yuyao looked at Jishu, whose expression was somewhat stiff, and taunted. Scared? What is there to be scared of? Can that woman eat this crown prince? Jishu responded disdainfully. Although he said that, he had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Is that so? Perhaps. Maybe that queen wants to eat the crown prince. Or maybe, there are other women who want to eat the crown prince, not just the queen. Ji Yuyao smiled and looked at Jishu, her beautiful eyes full of charm. Nonsense. Jishu playfully pinched Ji Yuyao's delicate face. He thought to himself, this future empress is becoming bolder and bolder. HMPH. Seeing Jishu once again avoiding her gaze, Ji Yuyao couldn't help but ask with a hint of sadness. Crown Prince, are you a saint? You. Jishu helplessly poked Ji Yuyao's forehead with his hand. How could he not understand the meaning behind Ji Yuyao's words? He certainly wasn't a saint. How could he, who faced such a charming and peerless beauty every day, not have impure thoughts? But Ji Yuyao was of the Spirit Clan bloodline, and her bloodline power had not fully awakened. You should know that for someone with the Spirit Clan bloodline, awakening their bloodline is a big deal. If he were to take advantage of Ji Yuyao like this, it would bring her more harm than good on her future path of cultivation. He still wanted to see Ji Yuyao become the unparalleled empress ruling the world. Ji Yuyao is still young and doesn't understand. He must restrain himself, and besides, there is still a long time ahead, isn't there? Crown Prince, sometimes, you really make me angry. Ji Yuyao sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with dimness. She had already said so much, yet Jishu still showed no interest. What more does she, as a woman, have to do? Sigh. Jishu looked at Ji Yuyao's desolate appearance and couldn't help but sigh. After a long silence, Jishu suddenly reached out and cupped Ji Yuyao's face with both hands. He stared intently at this exquisite and delicate face, which was as beautiful as colored glass, and his heart couldn't help but heat up. His gaze lowered, looking at those moist and enticing red lips, like a rose after the rain. Perhaps, there's no need to be so sensible. Jishu thought to himself, took a deep breath, and then boldly kissed her directly. Mwah, ah, Ji Yu Yao exclaimed and was instantly stunned. She didn't know what had suddenly happened to Jishu. Just now, he seemed to be keeping his distance. But now, he made her feel pleasantly surprised. Various thoughts flashed through her mind for a moment. Was the crown prince moved by her? Or is he pitying her? Of course, no matter what. She felt that this kiss was very sweet. It was the kind of sweetness that made her feel like she had fallen into a honey jar from the bottom of her heart. After a kiss, Jishu let go of Ji Yu Yao and looked at her with a smile. Ji Yu Yao's full chest rose and fell violently. She lowered her eyelashes and couldn't dare to look into Jishu's eyes. Her pretty face was covered in a blush, and she bit her red lips, unable to say a word. You're good with your mouth. Weren't you very talkative just now? Why can't you say a word now? Jishu looked at Ji Yu Yao, who was like a little girl, and couldn't help but laugh. Just not. It's just too sudden. Yaoer, I didn't have time to prepare. Crown Prince, you've gone too far. Ji Yu Yao quietly retorted. Is it really too much? Jishu smiled as he looked at Ji Yu Yao. No, if the Crown Prince is willing. Even if it's a little too much, it's fine. After Ji Yu Yao finished speaking, her pretty face blushed even more. Hee. Upon hearing this, Jishu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Ji Yu Yao, who would become the empress of the spirit clan in the future, had such a side to her. For some reason, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Wait until your cultivation reaches the lord rank. Then this crown prince can be a little more excessive. After Jishu finished speaking, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. If Ji Yu Yao's cultivation reached the lord rank, her bloodline power as a member of the spirit clan would fully awaken. At that time, he didn't want to be just a saint when facing Ji Yu Yao. Naturally, he would be as excessive as possible. Crown Prince, do you really mean it? Ji Yu Yao looked at Jishu with a dazed expression and asked. After speaking, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Her heart had belonged to Jishu for a long time. If she could further her relationship with Jishu, she would truly have no other desires. Absolutely, this crown prince keeps his word. Jishu nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Yao also smiled. Now that she was at the star-gathering 9th realm, she was only one step away from reaching the lord rank. For her, it wasn't difficult at all. Just as the two of them were exchanging ambiguous glances. Swish! A figure in black robes entered the fallen maple palace. The person who arrived was an old man, exuding an uncontrollable icy killing intent. Old Wei, what's happened? Jishu frowned as he looked at the old man's solemn expression. He knew that Old Wei could remain calm in all situations. Now that he had such a murderous appearance, something big must have happened. Reporting to the Crown Prince. Ji Yu Jian has disappeared. Old Wei's voice trembled as he responded. What? Jishu stood up abruptly upon hearing this, a cold light flickering in his clear eyes. Ji Yu Jian was his right-hand man and the head of the military intelligence division. In these 10 years, Ji Yu Jian had become his sharpest sword. No matter what task he assigned, Ji Yu Jian could always complete it perfectly. This kind of situation had never occurred before. Crown Prince, we don't know the specific details yet. But what we can confirm is, the Abyss Rainbow Sword you bestowed upon Ji Yu Jian. It's broken. Old Wei tried to keep his voice calm, but Ji Yu Jian was his favorite disciple. At this point, with Ji Yu Jian missing and his life and death unknown, how could he remain calm? In addition, Ji Yu Jian possessed the supreme bone. If he fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the outcome could be imagined. To put it bluntly, death would be the easiest result. Yaoer, immediately inform the military intelligence division to investigate for this crown prince. Within the northern Sha territory. Who dares to lay a hand on anyone from my Ji family? Who kidnapped Ji Yu Jian? Who broke the Abyss Rainbow Sword? Jishu's voice was extremely cold and ruthless. The military intelligence division was in charge of gathering information and had eyes and ears everywhere. Not to mention within the northern Sha territory, they could even investigate anything happening in the entire Nine Heavens continent. Yes. Ji Yu Yao nodded heavily and then turned to leave the fallen maple palace. Soon after, in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ji Yu Yao brought back a piece of news. Crown Prince. The Military Intelligence Division has reported the location where my younger brother disappeared. 2 important figures have been there. Who are they? Ji Shu asked expressionlessly. The Emperor of Northern Sha, Long Yuan. The Crown Princess of Northern Sha, Chu Li. Ji Yu Yao gritted her teeth as she spoke. He. Upon hearing this, Ji Shu let out a cold laugh, his tone extremely chilling. The Emperor of Northern Sha. He has quite the audacity. It's been 10 years. It seems he still hasn't put himself in his proper place. Well then, Yaoer, let's go to the Northern Sha Palace together. Yes, Crown Prince. Northern Sha Palace, Imperial Dragon Hall. A young man dressed in a black dragon robe half sits on the imperial throne. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he possesses a handsome appearance. His deep and extremely gloomy eyes exude the majestic aura of an emperor. And he is none other than the former Crown Prince of Northern Sha, now the Emperor of Northern Sha, Long Yuan. At this moment, Long Yuan is discussing the affairs of Northern Sha with the civil and military officials in the entire Imperial Dragon Hall, which is bustling with activity. Your Majesty, the tomb of the martial Emperor Zhou Duofu has appeared in the Heavenly Demon Mountain. This matter has caused a great sensation throughout the Nine Heavens continent. That's right, the second prince of the Great Qin Empire and the Crown Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, these 2 extremely noble figures have personally appeared. Not only that, the Saint Children of Divine Ice Palace, Saint Sect, Buddhist Sect, Profound Heaven Sword Sect, 10,000 Poison Valley, Crimson Cloth Church, and Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion have all emerged. Your Majesty, the great era has arrived. Shouldn't our Northern Sha Empire also send strong individuals to get a share of the pie? Yes, Zhou Duofu was once an emperor-grade powerhouse who dominated an era. His great imperial law, the 2-splitting sword technique, absolutely cannot fall into the hands of other imperial sects. The Prime Minister speaks well. The Minister of the Ministry of Rights also makes a valid point. The General's words are also reasonable. Listening to the advice of the civil and military officials, Long Yuan is somewhat absent-minded, as if his thoughts are not focused on the court meeting. Does he not know that the tomb of the martial Emperor Zhou Duofu has appeared? Of course, he does. He is also aware that the top forces on the continent have sent their saint children to appear. Doesn't he want to send strong individuals from the Northern Sha dynasty to get a share of the pie? As for the great imperial law that once suppressed an era, the 2-splitting sword technique, he wants it even more. However, compared to the tomb of Zhou Duofu, there is something or rather someone that he is more concerned about. He has indeed been the Emperor of Northern Sha for 10 years. But, all along, the shadow of that young man in the Ji family military mansion has always loomed over him. In these 10 years, the words of that young man have been more effective than 10 imperial edicts. As long as that young man is in the capital, this Emperor of Northern Sha can only bow his head. Clearly, he is the Emperor, but he inexplicably feels a sense of frustration of being beneath someone. And he has endured this feeling for 10 years. The tomb of the martial Emperor. Perhaps, this is an excellent opportunity for us. A cold light flashes in Long Yuan's eyes. Who? Long Yuan takes a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of powerlessness and restlessness in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he raises his eyes and looks at the civil and military officials in the court, speaking in a deep voice. The inheritance of Zhou Duofu, we Northern Sha must not miss it. But do any of you have candidates to compete for the inheritance of the martial emperor? The 7 major cultivation sects have sent saint children with powerful talents. The second prince of the Great Qin Empire has unfathomable cultivation. The Crown Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire is the reincarnation of the Heavenly Phoenix. As for our Northern Sha dynasty, who can we send to compete with these exceptional individuals? As soon as the words fell, the entire Imperial Dragon Hall fell into silence. The chaos in the palace 10 years ago. All 10 of the Northern Sha's top generals perished. The strong of the Northern Sha dynasty, dead or injured, have not recovered until now. If they really had to choose, they could only reluctantly select from the Northern Sha Royal Academy. However, the Northern Sha Royal Academy could never compare to the heritage of the 7 great martial clans. The potential disciples in the academy and the saint children of the 7 great martial clans were simply not on the same level. If that's the case, how can they compete for the inheritance of the great emperor? For a moment, the officials in the Imperial Dragon Hall thought of a young adult. If it's him, perhaps he can suppress these monsters on the continent. It's unclear which adult muttered softly. As soon as the words fell, the adult felt a chill behind him. The icy and bone-piercing gazes of the Imperial Dragon Hall locked onto him, as if they were about to torture him. Immediately, the adult realized what was happening and quickly shut his mouth, looking startled as if he had unintentionally mentioned some great taboo. The name of that young adult. It's not something anyone can mention. Not even the Northern Sha Emperor sitting on the Imperial Dragon Hall can do it. A bunch of old foxes. Long Yuan looked at the officials in the Imperial Dragon Hall who had fallen into silence, his face becoming somewhat unpleasant. This kind of situation had occurred more than once during his 10 years in power. Everything else could be discussed, but when it came to the topic of that young adult, no one dared to say another word. It was precisely because of this that he truly wanted that young adult to leave the capital. Only when that young adult left the capital would he have a chance to turn the situation around. And his plan could be executed smoothly. Long Yuan took a deep breath and then spoke. Gentlemen, I do have a candidate. In our Northern Sha, there is a candidate who possesses the capital to compete with the major forces. The Ji family military mansion, the Ji family heir, Ji Shu. What do you all think? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the Imperial Dragon Hall suddenly stagnated. The once spacious palace became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the officials in the Imperial Dragon Hall lowered their heads, silent one by one. Of course, they knew how formidable the Ji family heir was. But until the Ji family heir himself made a decision, they didn't want to say another word. After all, that bowl of longevity noodles 10 years ago had firmly tied them to the same boat as the Ji family heir. Just at this moment, a clear voice rang outside the Imperial Dragon Hall. The Crown Prince thinks Your Majesty's words are not wrong. Upon hearing this voice, Long Yuan's body trembled, and his palm unconsciously tightened by 3 points. And all the civil and military officials in the court turned their heads. At this moment, they saw a tall and straight young man slowly walking into the Imperial Dragon Hall. He was exceptionally handsome, with a pair of ink jade eyes as clear as a mountain spring in autumn. Dressed in white, he exuded an otherworldly temperament, extremely captivating. At the moment of his appearance, countless voices of astonishment resounded in the hall. The Crown Prince, Ji Shu. Why is he here? What is this kid up to again? Hiss. I remember the last time the Crown Prince entered the palace, the Northern Sha dynasty was turned upside down. No way. No way. Does this guy want to do it again? Ji Shu ignored the whispers around him and slowly stood in the center of the Imperial Dragon Hall. The Emperor's words are not wrong. The great imperial law of Zhou Dufu must not fall into the hands of other forces. If it is to fall, it can only fall into the hands of our Northern Sha dynasty. Ji Shu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Emperor Longyuan of the Northern Sha dynasty with a playful expression. Ji Shu. Emperor Longyuan looked at Ji Shu, and his throat involuntarily rolled. His originally half-leaning body on the dragon throne also straightened up. This was the first time he had seen this extremely young adult. 10 years ago, when he ascended to the throne, Ji Shu did not come. In the past 10 years, Ji Shu had never attended court and rarely appeared in public. But it had to be said that Ji Shu's shadow had always loomed over him. And today, he finally saw the Crown Prince, who was at the legendary level. In this instant, he felt that the shadow enveloping him had become even denser. Long Yuan took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He put on a dignified look and spoke. So it's Crown Prince Ji Shu. It seems that you also agree with my words. The great imperial law of Zhou Dufu must not fall into the hands of other forces. In that case, are you willing to go to Heavenly Demon Mountain for the Northern Sha dynasty? Willing. Of course, willing. Ji Shu smiled and responded. He would naturally not let go of the opportunity to obtain the great imperial law of Zhou Dufu. Because he indeed needed a powerful great imperial law as his trump card. However, he was not doing it for the Northern Shah dynasty, but for himself. Good. Very good. In that case, does anyone have any objections? Long Yuan smiled and looked at the civil and military officials in the hall. No, of course not. If Crown Prince Jishu is willing, it will naturally be a blessing for our Northern Shah. That's right. As long as Crown Prince Jishu takes action, the geniuses on the continent are just clouds. The existence of green leaves is only to set off the beauty of red flowers. Fortunately, this red flower was born in our Northern Shah dynasty. Lord Li said it well. Minister Zhao is also right. What does the Prime Minister think? Good. Very good. ... Long Yuan looked at how quickly the wind had changed and listened to the flattery of the civil and military officials. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Jishu was willing, it was naturally the best outcome. In that case, when does Crown Prince Jishu plan to set off? Long Yuan looked at Jishu with a smile in his eyes and casually asked. No rush, not in a hurry. Before that, there is something this Crown Prince wants to ask Your Majesty. Jishu looked at Long Yuan and calmly spoke. Ask. You can ask freely. Long Yuan nodded. May I ask? Your Majesty, where did you take my subordinate, Ji Jian? Is he still alive? At this point, Jishu's gaze suddenly became sharp and cold. In the depths of his eyes, two flames could be seen flickering. As soon as the words fell, the lively atmosphere in the Imperial Dragon Hall instantly froze. The important figures of the Northern Shah dynasty trembled, sensing the imminent storm. Ji Jian. They also knew. The assassin who delivered them the longevity noodles back then was Ji Jian. In the past 10 years, they had often heard a name, Blood Shira. Ji Jian had become Jishu's sharpest sword in these 10 years. Anyone who dared to stand in Jishu's way had died. That was how he earned the title of Blood Shira. Your Majesty, you really have a short memory. It's been 10 years, and still haven't found my place. He actually dared to move, Jishu's right-hand man. Truly, looking for trouble. At this moment, the important figures all shook their heads. While Long Yuan frowned and looked at Jishu, he finally understood why Jishu came to the Dragon Palace. He came to hold him accountable. For a moment, a wicked fire surged in his heart. He was the Emperor of Northern Shah, yet he was being held accountable by Jishu in front of the civil and military officials. On what grounds? Jishu, what do you mean? Do you think I captured your people? Long Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold, with an imposing aura. I thought I made myself clear. May I ask, has Your Majesty gone deaf? Jishu looked at Long Yuan expressionlessly, not mincing his words. Good. Good for you, Jishu. Long Yuan's teeth were about to shatter, but he still suppressed the wicked fire in his heart. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm as he spoke. Jishu, Crown Prince. I don't know what you're talking about. Ji Jian. I didn't capture him. Perhaps, you should ask others. Oh, Jishu sneered, then turned to look at the important figures of Northern Shah and asked. His Majesty said he didn't capture him. What about you, gentlemen? Was it you? As soon as his words fell, the important figures present in Northern Shah twitched their faces. When Jishu's gaze swept over, these usually arrogant figures all smiled bitterly and shook their heads, casting their most devout gaze at Jishu. Are you kidding? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the people from the Military Intelligence Department. And they were all on the same boat. He. Seeing this, Jishu couldn't help but chuckle softly and said to Long Yuan. Your Majesty, see that, none of these gentlemen captured him either. HMPH. Long Yuan snorted coldly and said. Then I ask you, Crown Prince Jishu. Why do you think it was my doing? Jishu thought for a moment and then said. Your Majesty, did you happen to visit Snow Moon City a few days ago? According to the intelligence from the Military Intelligence Department, Snow Moon City was where Ji Jian disappeared. The fragment of the rainbow sword was also found in Snow Moon City. I did. Long Yuan responded firmly. Then his expression froze. He did secretly visit Snow Moon City a few days ago. Because Snow Moon City was the Empress's home. But he really didn't lay a hand on Ji Jian. Because his plan went far beyond this. Noticing the fleeting dazed and confused look on Long Yuan's face, Jishu furrowed his brows slightly. It seems it's not Long Yuan. So, could it be Northern Sha Empress, Chu Li? A cold light flashed in Jishu's eyes. Is it her doing? At this moment, Long Yuan's mind also cleared up. After a few seconds of silence, Long Yuan calmly waved his hand and said, Crown Prince Jishu, rest assured, I will give you an answer to this matter. If there's nothing else, you may leave the court. Hee. Upon hearing this, Jishu couldn't help but sneer and said, Your Majesty, no need, I will personally find Empress Mother to clarify this matter. Long Yuan's expression changed, anger rising from his heart. He immediately stood up, pointed at Jishu, and angrily rebuked. Jishu, you're going too far. Are you kidding? Jishu wants to cross over this emperor and go find his empress to hold her accountable. If this were to spread, would this emperor still have any face left? Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty. The well-being of the dragon body is important. The important figures in the Imperial Dragon Hall spoke one after another. Idiot. Truly a bunch of idiots. Long Yuan's face turned red with anger. Ha. Jishu looked at Long Yuan's expression, which was on the verge of rage, and the mockery in his eyes became even stronger. Then he casually spoke up. Your Majesty, calm down. The people of this prince will save them himself. No need to trouble your Majesty. Furthermore, this prince has prepared a gift for your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will accept it. Yaoer, come in. After speaking, a stunning woman in white slowly walked into the Imperial Dragon Hall, leading a tame deer. And the important figures of Northern Sha, even Long Yuan, knew who this woman in white was. Ji Yu Yao. She was the underground power queen recognized by the entire Northern Sha, even the capital. She was also Jishu's spokesperson. For the past 10 years, while Jishu remained hidden, she had been manipulating the storms in Northern Sha. Prince Jishu, what does it mean for Miss Yao to bring a deer into the Imperial Dragon Hall? What are you trying to do? The important figures of Northern Sha were a little confused. Your Majesty, this is a sweat-blooded steed that this prince has gone to great lengths to find for you. Please accept it, Your Majesty. Jishu smiled and spoke. As soon as his words fell, everyone present was dumbfounded. The deer by Ji Yu Yao's side was clearly just an ordinary one that could be bought for half a gold coin. But Jishu claimed it was a sweat-blooded steed. And he went to great lengths to find it. Prince Jishu. Are you mocking us? Long Yuan's face darkened, and he couldn't help but laugh. He thought Jishu was really treating him like a fool. Hey, Jishu, hearing this, sneered and said, Your Majesty. This is clearly a sweat-blooded steed. Please take a closer look, Your Majesty. After speaking, he calmly swept his gaze over the confused faces of the important figures of Northern Sha standing in the Imperial Dragon Hall, then smiled and asked, Gentlemen, what do you think? As soon as his words fell, these dignitaries of Northern Sha immediately understood Jishu's meaning. Then, one by one, they began to speak up and stand on Jishu's side, with serious expressions on their faces. Your Majesty, this is indeed a sweat-blooded steed. Yes, it's worth at least 10 million gold coins. 10 million, that's too little. I think His Highness the Prince's sweat-blooded steed is worth at least 30 million. What 30 million? At least 1 billion. ... For a while, the Royal Academy of Northern Sha, the Inspection Institute of Northern Sha, the 6 departments of the capital of Northern Sha, the Brocade Guards of Northern Sha, the Hulong Mountain Villa, the Town Prison Department, the Great Court, the important figures of the various forces in the capital of Northern Sha all stood on Jishu's side, turning an ordinary deer into a priceless sweat-blooded steed. Seeing this lively scene, the smile on Jishu's face gradually deepened. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, look, this is indeed a sweat-blooded steed, right? After speaking, Jishu turned around and walked out of the Imperial Dragon Hall with Ji Yu Yao. Idiot! Long Yuan roared in anger. He looked at the deer on the Imperial Dragon Hall and then at the Northern Sha dignitaries who were singing along with Jishu. For a moment, he felt his vision blur and his chest feel stuffy. Then, he couldn't hold back any longer and vomited a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Jishu's back, his voice filled with despair. Good. Good for you, Jishu. Calling a deer a horse. You really have the nerve. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.